Chapter 977. Glib talk is my job, Mrs. Tan. Isn't your husband the same as well, Prime Minister Tan? How did he become Prime Minister if he doesn't have a glib tongue? Gu Nianji had never regarded being a quiet person as a virtue. To her, if she didn't agree with something, she would retort. If she was happy, she would say a few more words. In short, she wouldn't lose out. Kai Song-yin was furious and was about to say, "How dare you compare yourself to the Prime Minister?" Hu Xiaoheng already looked over and bowed slightly with a hint of warning in his eyes. He said calmly, "Mrs. Tan, please don't be disrespectful." This sentence was a resounding slap to Kai Song-yin's face. It slapped all of Kai Song-yin's sarcasm back. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Calling her old. How dare he call her old? She wasn't even 50 years old. Kai Song-yin's face flushed from Hu Xiaoheng's words, and her arms trembled. However, Hu Xiaoheng said it so politely that she couldn't find any fault with him. She couldn't even complain about him. "Mommy, don't be like this. Miss Gu is a very nice person. She won't bully me. You should go back first." Tan Guiren blushed and quickly came over to help Kai Song-yin out. Kai Song-yin finally calmed down when she got into the car. She held Tan Guiren's hand and wanted to say something but stopped herself. Tan Guiren smiled. "Mommy, I know. Don't be angry. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to stay for a while and then go back." Kai Song-yin sighed and murmured, "A grown son can't be controlled by a mother. You have to be careful." With that, she left the Hu residence in the Prime Minister's official car and returned to the Prime Minister's official residence to host a banquet. Kai Song-yin sighed and murmured, "Mothers can't control children when they grow up. Be careful." With that, she left the Hu residence in the Prime Minister's private car and returned to the Prime Minister's official residence for the banquet. She looked at Kai Xingnan inquiringly and slowly sat down next to her. Kai Xingnan smiled. Major General Hu went upstairs to see his grandfather. Miss Gu also followed him. Hu Guanchen nodded. "Thank you for your concern. Xiaoheng's grandfather wasn't feeling well last night. Xiaoheng was originally on duty today, but I called him back." Tan Guiren and Kai Xingnan were sitting in the living room of the Hu residence. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't coming down, they were too embarrassed to chase after him. Tan Guiren took out the special medicine she had brought and handed it to Hu Guanchen. "General Hu, I heard that Major General Hu's arm is injured. This is the best medicine in the world for treating electric burns. Please help us give it to Major General Hu." Hu Guanchen smiled and shook his head. "Miss Tan, you can ask Xiaoheng yourself if he needs it." But in his heart, he was thinking, "Is Xiaoheng injured? I didn't notice it just now. My mommy spoke too harshly today. I'm worried that Major General Hu won't be happy." Tan Guiren continued, "Actually, I wanted to explain to Major General Hu in person that my mommy is a very, very nice person. It's just that she cares too much about me. I really didn't mean anything else." Upstairs in Hu Xiaoheng's grandfather Hu Xuanong's suite, Wu Jialan was briefing Hu Xiaoheng about Hu Xuanong's situation. "Last night, when I was staying up for Chinese New Year's Eve, I suddenly couldn't speak. I called the doctor over and gave him an injection. If it doesn't work, we might have to perform surgery." It sounded pretty serious. Gu Nianji quietly retreated and stood at the door of Hu Xuanong's suite. She didn't have any feelings for Hu Xuanong and didn't want to pretend to be filial inside. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't signaled her to follow him with his eyes, she would have rather watched Tan Guiren and Kai Xingnan's performance downstairs. Hu Xiaoheng learned about Hu Xuanong's condition inside and called the doctor to confirm if Hu Jialan and Hu Guanchen were telling the truth. Gu Nianji was bored, so she paced back and forth in the hallway and counted the window panes. Not long after, Wu Guanchen brought Tan Guiren and Kai Xingnan upstairs. Seeing Gu Nianji pacing alone in the hallway, Kai Xingnan smiled slightly and thought to herself that it seemed like they had really broken up. However, Gu Nianji didn't give up and was still pestering Hu Xiaoheng. Tan Guiren sympathized with Gu Nianji. They were both deeply in love with Hu Xiaoheng, so she must feel terrible being ignored by such an outstanding man, right? Only Hu Guanchen ignored Gu Nianji and completely pretended she didn't exist. He only said politely to Tan Guiren, "Miss Tan, Xiaoheng's grandfather is recuperating here. Xiaoheng is also here. Please come in and talk." Hu Guanchen brought Tan Guiren into Hu Xuanong's suite. When they entered, Hu Xiaoheng had just put down the phone. He confirmed Hu Xuanong's condition and asked the doctor there to fax a copy of the medical records to Chen Lai. He planned to discuss it with Chen Lai when he returned to the base. He looked up to see Hu Guanchen enter with Tan Guiren. Before Hu Guanchen and Tan Guiren could speak, Hu Xiaoheng said dryly, "General Hu, I don't have any objections no matter who you remarry. You don't have to ask for my opinion either. It's fine as long as the military approves. I'm still very busy. Goodbye." Hu Guanchen was furious. "What the hell are you talking about? When did I say I was going to remarry? Isn't General Hu bringing a woman home to remarry?" Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and slowly walked out the door. Tan Guiren was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She said anxiously, "Major General Hu, don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between your father and me. I came here today to see you. I heard you were injured, so I brought you the best medicine in the world for treating electric burns." As she spoke, she was about to hand the medicine over. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "I don't know who it is. Please don't take it personally." "Xiaoheng. Stop right there." Hu Guanchen couldn't help but growl. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. He only said calmly, "General Hu, this is your guest, your home." "She's not my guest, my home." With that, he strode out. When Hu Guanchen brought Tan Guiren into Hu Xuanong's suite, Kai Xingnan didn't follow. Instead, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood in the hallway, looking Gu Nianji up and down with interest. Was she trying to see whose eyes were bigger? Not to be outdone, Gu Nianji looked back with a smile and also looked Kai Xingnan up and down. Although Kai Xingnan was 8 or 9 years older than Gu Nianji, with Gu Nianji's composure and experience, Kai Xingnan's mental fortitude wasn't any better than Gu Nianji's. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Raising her eyebrows, she asked, "Miss Gu, isn't it rude to look at others like that? It's impolite not to reciprocate. You look at me, so how can I not look back at you?" Gu Nianji ran her hand through her shoulder-length hair. She spoke casually. "Miss Gu, only people with low self-esteem would be armed to the teeth. Every time someone says something to you, you have to return it with 10. Not only is this childish, but it's also ungentlemanly." Kai Xingnan stopped in front of Gu Nianji. "Right, Miss Gu. Actually, your family background isn't too bad. Just don't think about things that don't belong to you. My cousin is prettier than you, has a better family background, and is more talented than you. Also, can't you see that everyone in the Hu family accepts her and not you?" Gu Nianji frowned slightly. "Miss Kai, are you really a partner of the second largest law firm in the United States? Did you get there with your own abilities?" Kai Xingnan was confused by Gu Nianji's question. Weren't they talking about Gu Nianji and Tan Guiren fighting over Hu Xiaoheng? Why were they talking about her status as a partner? Of course. Did you think I worked abroad all these years for nothing? Kai Xingnan raised her chin. Her short, curly hair that clung to her scalp made her look very capable and playful. "I really think that your status as a partner doesn't live up to your name. I suspect that they're doing it for your father's sake." Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to attack Kai Xingnan's most important thing. Because you give me the feeling that you're too lowly. You don't look like a professional lawyer at all. Shut up. Kai Xingnan began to speak English in anger. You're insulting and slandering me. I can go to court and sue you. That's more like it. Gu Nianji clapped her hands with a smile. Show me your legal literacy. Don't be like a gossipy old woman who only knows how to make a fuss about relationships. It's none of your business who I'm close to or who your cousin is close to. Please put away your sinister intentions and perverted face. It makes me want to puke. Kai Xingnan finally understood how her aunt, Kai Songyin, had felt just now. She repeatedly took deep breaths and told herself not to get angry. She didn't want to stoop to her level. She wanted to defeat her at what she was best at. She believed that with her many years of experience in the United States legal field, Gu Nianji was no match for her. I heard that Speaker Long also intends to ask you to apply for the position of the Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate Secretariat. Kai Xingnan finally calmed down. The corners of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. I advise you not to waste your efforts. This position has long been taken. This was the first time. Chapter 978. Someone. Who? You. Gu Nianji laughed nonchalantly. Then let's wait and see. Kai Xingnan wanted to say something else, but Hu Xiaoheng had already come out of the house. He looked straight ahead and said calmly, Nianji, let's go home. Gu Nianji quickly followed. Kai Xingnan was stunned by Hu Xiaoheng's straightforward words. How could he say such intimate words to a woman who had already broken up with him? Did Hu Xiaoheng enjoy Gu Nianji's constant pestering? Did this person like it when people shamelessly chased after him? Kai Xingnan's eyes became especially deep. Gu Nianji followed Hu Xiaoheng out and got into the car. She was still driving. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his brows with one hand, and there was a hint of exhaustion on his solemn face. Gu Nianji secretly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and drove out of the compound without batting an eyelid. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng asked her, What did you say to Kai Xingnan just now? I don't think you're very happy. Gu Nianji looked at her face in the rearview mirror. Was it that obvious? However, looking at the flawless smile on her face in the mirror, Gu Nianji felt that only Hu Xiaoheng could see her true emotions. She coughed lightly. It's nothing. This person is asking for it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about the trivial matters between these women. He said to Gu Nianji, Come to our base during the new year. Little Zay went to Africa, and you have to help take a look at a lot of system tests. I don't trust others. Gu Nianji's computer skills were excellent. Most importantly, she had been taught by Zhao Liangzi. With her working with Zhao Liangzi, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Gu Nianji had nothing to do during the holidays anyway, so she agreed after thinking about it. Hu Xiaoheng was relieved and said, Also, think about what kind of job you want to do after the new year. You can go to a law firm if you want, but don't force yourself. Gu Nianji was still hesitant, but after Kai Xingnan's arrogance just now, she had already made a decision. Hu Xiao, I want to try working at the Senate. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't surprised and agreed. Okay, call Speaker Long after the new year. The matter was settled. Gu Nianji felt relieved, and her mood instantly relaxed. She drove to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and entered with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji returned to his official residence to settle down. You haven't lived here for a while. This time, you'll be staying for half a month. Take a good look at what you want to buy. Hu Xiaoheng led Gu Nianji into his official residence. I've already contacted a few buyers in Europe. They'll bring someone over to take your measurements. You're going to work, and your old clothes don't fit. You need a new wardrobe. Replace all of them. Gu Nianji frowned. I can't wear that many clothes. I'll just prepare a few gowns. I'll ask them to pay attention to the style. It has to be low-key and decent, and it has to look good. Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. It's my gift to you. Thank you, Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji made a face. In return, I'll work for you for half a month for free. Don't tell me you want to charge me. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. White smoke billowed in front of him. Don't tell me you don't want to pay me. Gu Nianji teased him. TSK, Hua Xiao is really good at squeezing labor. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Don't joke around. Hurry up and get ready to move in. When you have time, prepare the application for the Senate Secretariat. The Senate would only start work after the 15th of the Lunar New Year, and the recruitment process would officially begin. She still had half a month to prepare well. Gu Nianji nodded and looked at her watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. She was a bit sleepy and planned to go upstairs to her room to take a nap. As she followed Hua Xiaoheng up the stairs, her phone rang again. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her and smiled. You're quite busy. It's not just you, Hua Xiao. We ordinary people have our own things to do too. Gu Nianji took out her phone to see it was Ma Qiqi calling. She smiled as she swiped open the phone. Qiqi, Happy New Year. Ma Qiqi's excited voice came through. Nianji, Happy New Year. I'm so excited. Nianji, I'll send a video to share with you. Soon after, Ma Qiqi sent a video. Gu Nianji opened it and saw that the screen was dark. She couldn't see anything. She thought there was something wrong with the phone and mumbled, I just got a new phone. Why can't I see anything? Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps back and poked his head out to look. What's wrong? The phone screen suddenly lit up. It turned out that it was just the prologue of the video. It wasn't the phone that was broken. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng watched the video together. What appeared on the phone screen was a vast sky with twinkling stars. It looked like a scene from outer space. At that moment, Ma Qiqi appeared in a white dress suit like a little fairy. She looked around in surprise. The feeling of being able to reach out and pluck the stars was too beautiful and shocking. She really reached out and tried to touch the brightest star. She knew she shouldn't be able to touch it. Ma Qiqi in the video, Gu Nianji, and Hua Xiaoheng probably all thought the same thing. So when Ma Qiqi stretched out her hand and the brightest star really fell into her hand, not only did Ma Qiqi in the video laugh with surprise, but even Gu Nianji, who was outside the video, felt her heart skip a beat and her blood boil. So good. It wasn't a star, but a shiny diamond ring. The pear-shaped diamond on the ring shone brightly under the starlight and actually glowed. It was really a diamond of extremely high purity. Just as Ma Qiqi was grinning from ear to ear, Yin Shixiang appeared in a slim-fitting black suit. He seemed to have walked out of the stars and knelt in front of Ma Qiqi. He held up an open diamond ring box and said excitedly, Qiqi, will you marry me? Yes. Yes. I will. Ma Qiqi held the diamond ring and said yes 3 times in a row. It worked. It worked. The proposal was a success. Suddenly, the background music of the wedding march appeared. The stars gradually faded, and the sound of laughter almost overflowed from the video. Many people walked out from behind the starry background. Men and women, young and old, all of them were decently dressed, elegant and beautiful. Finally, when a middle-aged man and woman appeared with tears in their eyes, Gu Nianji immediately recognized them. They were Ma Qiqi's parents. So Yin Shixiang had specially invited Ma Qiqi's parents over during the New Year to plan his engagement ceremony with Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi clearly didn't know. When she saw her parents suddenly appear, she was stunned for a full 3 seconds before shouting, "Mom and Dad." Then she threw herself over and hugged her parents, jumping and laughing. Yin Shixiang stood to the side with a doting expression. After a while, he still pulled Ma Qiqi away. He stood in front of Ma Qiqi's parents and held her hand. He said sincerely, "Uncle, Auntie, I hope you can marry Qiqi to me. I will only love her in this life and only marry her. Everyone here today can be my witness. I will definitely treat Qiqi well for the rest of her life." "Okay, okay, okay. Big Xiong, you're so considerate." Ma Qiqi's mother was so touched that she couldn't stop crying. Because of Yin Shixiang's occupation, Ma Qiqi's mother originally didn't want her daughter to marry a soldier, especially one on the special front lines. However, Ma Qiqi and her father liked Yin Shixiang very much. Now that Yin Shixiang was so considerate, Ma Qiqi's mother finally softened and accepted him. The video came to an abrupt end. The commotion ended, and the official residence returned to silence. Gu Nianji couldn't stop smiling. She immediately sent Ma Qiqi a huge red packet of 8,888. 88 and texted her, "Happy engagement, my baby." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. He thought she would reminisce about the past and argue with him, but she acted like nothing had happened. She was happy for Ma Qiqi and hummed as she went upstairs. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned against the railing of the stairs. He thought about it silently for a while before taking out his phone to forward an email to Gu Nianji. It contained the written exam questions for the Senate Secretariat's recruitment. It was the second watch. "Good night, dearest." Chapter 979. Gu Nianji went to her room and sat on the sofa. She took out Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang's engagement video and watched it several times. Other scenes aside, Gu Nianji was most envious that they had so many parents and relatives. On Yin Shixiang's side, other than his parents and uncles, he also had grandparents. Ma Qiqi also had grandparents, but she didn't go to Yin Shixiang's hometown. But when the two of them got married, there might be a banquet on both sides. That would be a lot of relatives. This was what marriage was like. Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs and knocked on Gu Nianji's door. Seeing that it wasn't locked, he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa and staring at her phone without blinking. Hua Xiaoheng sat next to her, but she didn't react. What's so good about someone else's engagement ceremony? Hua Xiaoheng took the phone from Gu Nianji's hands and stopped her from watching. "Give it back. This is my best friend and best brother's engagement ceremony. Why can't I watch it?" Gu Nianji couldn't help rolling her eyes at Hua Xiaoheng. "I think you're jealous." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. "I'm jealous. I just didn't think Big Xiong would use this flashy but impractical method to propose." Gu Nianji was furious. Flashy but impractical. Hua Xiao, what is flashy but real? Give me an example. Why are you so excited? You want it too. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa and supported his head with one hand as he quietly watched Gu Nianji jump. What does that have to do with me? Gu Nianji refused to take the bait. This is the engagement ceremony Brother Xiong prepared for Qiqi. If Qiqi is touched, then his goal has been achieved. As for what you think, Hua Xiao, it doesn't matter at all to these two newlyweds. To them, you're just passerby A. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Okay, I'm passerby A. What about you? Passerby B. Gu Nianji's enthusiasm suddenly deflated. She said dejectedly, yes, I'm passerby B. Passerby A and passerby B are a match made in heaven, Hua Xiaoheng added silently in his heart. But seeing Gu Nianji's depressed expression, he wisely changed the topic. Nianji, I got you the exam questions from the Senate's previous recruitment. Do you want to go through them? For a top student, doing questions was a daily routine. If he was in a good mood, he would do it. If he was in a bad mood, he would do it too. When he was in a good or bad mood, well, it was better to do 2 sets of questions to calm himself down. As expected, Gu Nianji's attention was diverted. There are exam questions. Yes, the Secretariat of the Senate's recruitment process is divided into 2 parts, a written test and an interview. Based on past experience, the written exam paper is the same, but the interview questions are different depending on the position you are applying for. Gu Nianji immediately said, "Hurry up and send it to me. I'll go to sleep after I finish reading it." Hu Xiaoheng gestured for her to look at the computer. "I've sent it to your email." Gu Nianji got up and went to the bedroom. She had a computer set there. After Gu Nianji left, Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone and texted Yin Shixiang. "Big Xiong, the marriage report didn't pass. Go back and rewrite it." From the 2nd to the 14th of the first month, Gu Nianji spent the 14 days helping Zhao Liangzi, who was far away at the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, debug the Nandus satellite synchronization and search for computer programs. When she had time, she would also go through the exam questions for the Secretariat of the Senate. Hu Xiaoheng left the imperial capital directly during this time. He was really busy. Ever since Gu Nianji moved back to his official residence in the Special Operations Forces during the Lunar New Year, Hu Xiaoheng no longer worried about Gu Nianji's safety. Therefore, he took the opportunity to go with General Ji to visit the officers and soldiers of all levels who were on duty during the Lunar New Year. This time, he was accompanying the chairman of the Supreme Military Council, General Ji, on this trip as the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. The scope was no longer limited to the Special Operations Forces' secret forces, but all the major military regions. Since General Ji had made him his successor, he couldn't let him remain hidden behind the scenes forever. Therefore, General Ji would also give him opportunities to familiarize himself with the important matters of the other military regions. This visit to the grassroots during the Lunar New Year was Hu Xiaoheng's first official trip since he became the Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. The itinerary was tight, and only a specialized news agency accompanied him to release all external news. Gu Nianji didn't contact Hu Xiaoheng for the past 2 weeks. Hu Xiaoheng occasionally called at night, but Gu Nianji was either in the central control room talking to Zhao Liangzi or studying with her phone off. After calling a few times but not getting through, Hu Xiaoheng gave up. However, even if Gu Nianji didn't contact Hu Xiaoheng, she could still see him on the TV news. Most of the time, he wore a low military cap and stood beside General Ji, who was as sturdy as a pine tree. He was low-key and silent, but he was also steady and imposing. It was impossible to ignore his presence. Although his face had never clearly appeared on TV, his aura of handsomeness that even the most popular idol couldn't compare to instantly set off a wave of popularity on social media in the Huaxia Empire. There were people online every day who were infatuated with his on-screen appearances. Hashtag "Have you seen the new, handsome, articles today?" Hashtag "I never thought that I would have a day where I would watch the news on TV at 7 p.m. Hashtag "Wow, military brother is so handsome and beautiful, I want to marry him." Hashtag "The military has finally done the right thing, which is to promote such a young, beautiful, and handsome, and prosperous, handsome man." Hashtag "Suddenly I have the reason to protect the country, flowers, and faith, secretly, love." Every time Hu Xiaoheng appeared on TV, he would definitely be trending the next day. Even General Ji didn't expect this kind of popularity. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't even appeared in a clear shot of his face. How did this kind of popularity come about? Hu Xiaoheng himself didn't want to have so much exposure. Therefore, he later discussed with the accompanying news unit and only cut out his back for all the shots that had him in them. Even the blurry front image was removed. As a result, even the faint silhouette of his back was recognized by sharp-eyed fans. Hashtag I never thought that a beautiful man's back was so beautiful. Hashtag wow, military brother has a beautiful back that's suitable for hugging from behind. Hashtag I only knew that there were people who were obsessed with looks and voices, but it turns out that I'm also obsessed with backs. Hashtag wow, military brother, does your mother know that even your back is so beautiful? Hashtag strongly protest that the TV station is jealous of the talented. They're deliberately not showing a positive image of military brother. And the usually quiet official news channel's Weibo was now bustling like it was New Year's, although it was indeed New Year's. There were infatuated fans, tearing up, quarreling, deliberately defaming, and desperately flattering. There were also people pretending to be loyal pretending to be the other way around, pretending to be passers-by, and all kinds of people dancing around. The news channel's official Weibo was bustling with activity. She was already so old, but she finally had a taste of being an internet celebrity. This feeling was toxic. She didn't want to give up. Gu Nianji took on the main task of connecting with Zhao Liangzi in the Special Operations Forces. She also realized how difficult it was for Hu Xiaoheng and the others to work every day after actually working in the Special Operations Forces for a period of time. Whether it was in terms of brain power, physical strength, or even mental strength, they were all extremely strong. Especially when Gu Nianji thought about how what she was doing could affect the lives and deaths of countless people, she felt even more responsible. She didn't dare to hold back at all and wanted nothing more than to give her all until her death. When she returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, she went through the Senate exam questions. To her, this was already relaxing and leisure mode. Then, before going to bed, she only had a few minutes to browse Weibo and check the news. As soon as she opened Weibo and saw those infatuated bloggers, she got a headache. She had already coldly blacklisted many people, but the front page still constantly had news about Hu Xiaoheng. To be precise, it was news about how infatuated Hu Xiaoheng was. Hu Xiaoheng had inexplicably become popular on the internet, and Gu Nianji's intuition told her that something was wrong. Yes, Hu Xiaoheng was very handsome, so handsome that people couldn't help but fall for him at first glance. He could clearly crush those sissy little fresh meats in the entertainment industry with his face alone, but the problem was that he had never clearly shown his face. Just by relying on those blurry side profiles on TV, he was able to gain such a large number of fans and even make it to the top 10 of the trending searches. Whether you believed it or not, Gu Nianji didn't believe it. This was the first update. The second update at 7 p.m. P.S. Tomorrow's update time, please pay attention to the explanation after the second update at 7 p.m. There might be a surprise. Chapter 980. In fact, Gu Nianji had searched the entire internet more than once and was certain that there wasn't a single clear photo of Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, this was because of the nature of his work. He had always been behind the scenes and couldn't appear in public. Later, General Ji intended to train him to be his successor and promoted him to Deputy Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council. That was how he appeared on TV a few times. His appearances were very short. He was either in disguise, from the side, or wearing large sunglasses to obscure his face. For example, the last time he went to the United States to pick up Tan Guiren, the image of him getting off the plane was shown on the news. He was wearing large sunglasses that covered half his face. The audience mostly saw his tall and imposing figure and powerful aura. Even if he didn't say anything, they couldn't ignore his presence. But now, Hu Xiaoheng's popularity was almost on par with a certain popular actor's sudden popularity because of a popular drama. Gu Nianji, an internet child who was good at stirring up trouble, sensed that something was not right with this seemingly fresh flowers and embroidered brocade and oil on a raging fire. But she couldn't produce any concrete evidence. She just couldn't stop worrying. There was a sense of urgency and pressure that came before a storm. So that night, when she couldn't sleep because of this, she got up and wrote a small program that could search for Hu Xiaoheng's Weibo content on Weibo according to the scope she set. In order to keep track of his movements, Gu Nianji set the program to automatically search every 6 hours. Then, it sorted out the searched content according to its importance and sent it to her email. Fortunately, everything had been normal for the past 2 weeks. Gu Nianji even wondered if she had been too paranoid and overly paranoid. On the night of the 14th day of the first lunar month, Gu Nianji finally finished the satellite debugging work with Zhao Liangze. She also passed the security test of the network channel. She returned to the official residence early and ate a full dinner before washing up and going to bed. Hu Xiaoheng texted her during the day to say that he would be back the next day. Tomorrow was the national television station's Lantern Festival party. The heads of the Senate, the cabinet, and the military would all be attending. Hu Xiaoheng would also be accompanying General Ji to such a party for the first time. Gu Nianji picked up her phone and saw the message. She glanced at it and opened the email on her phone. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat when she saw the sudden influx of emails in her inbox. There were more than 10 days ago. These emails were automatically generated by her Weibo search program. Any Weibo content related to Hu Xiaoheng that day, even if it was only indirectly related, was searched under the logic provided by Gu Nianji. She checked the keywords and ranked them in order of importance. Gu Nianji's gaze suddenly froze as she read through each email. Her automated program found an article about Hu Xiaoheng written by a blogger. This was the first time she had seen someone fantasizing about Hu Xiaoheng. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it to take a look. Gu Nianji only skimmed through the short essay, which was less than 3,000 words long, and her face turned livid. She was so angry that she couldn't breathe. She sat up straight on the bed, holding her phone with one hand. She wished she could crawl through the network, drag the blogger who wrote this short article over, and shoot him dead. The 3,000-word essay was about a 12-year-old girl named Gu Nianji. After being rescued by a high-ranking military officer named Hu Xiao, she began to shamelessly seduce him. She was only 12 years old, but already had all sorts of curves. Hu Xiao finally lost his mind and was successfully seduced by the 12-year-old Gu Nianji one night after drinking and made a huge mistake. Hu Xiao knew that this was an ill-fated relationship and painfully wanted to get rid of Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji relied on her identity as an orphan and was delicate and pitiful. Once Hu Xiao wanted to break up with her, Gu Nianji would do all sorts of things until an angelic goddess appeared and finally helped Hu Xiao walk out of this illicit relationship. Gu Nianji's face was full of black question marks as she skimmed through the article. EXM. Gu Nianji finally understood what it meant to distort the truth and use every conceivable means. Logically speaking, even if one wanted to write an erotic article, one had to follow the basic rules. What 12-year-old girl would have a curvaceous body? And a wet seduction? Gu Nianji remembered that when she was 12 years old, she was so fat that her face was like a silver plate and her waist was like a barrel. Even if she was wet, she was just a barrel filled with water. How could she be seduced? How horny was Hu Xiaoheng to be seduced by the 12-year-old Gu Nianji who was as fat as a barrel? However, this also exposed the fact that the person who wrote the article knew how but didn't know why. They knew a little about the relationship between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, but they didn't know the specifics. Therefore, this person couldn't be from the Special Operations Forces. Because the people in the Special Operations Forces all remembered what Gu Nianji looked like when she was 12 years old. They definitely couldn't have written such a masterpiece. Of course, this person must have some inside information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Gu Nianji was saved by Hu Xiaoheng when she was 12 years old and was entrusted by the military to be her guardian. Even so, when she saw herself being defiled in the article, she felt like her heart had been thrown into the mud and then stepped on a few times. They wouldn't stop until she was ground to dust. Gu Nianji restrained herself until her whole body trembled. She bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. She only came to her senses when she tasted a trace of blood on the tip of her tongue. When she thought about it carefully, this article wasn't just slandering Gu Nianji. More importantly, it was slandering Hua Xiaoheng. As a young high-ranking military general with a bright future, and a young high-ranking military general who had just become a phenomenal online celebrity, being immediately flooded by this kind of article was too beautiful to look at. Her left hand curled into a fist and coughed softly. Gu Nianji smiled coldly. Trying to cause trouble. I'll play with you to the end. She gathered her thoughts and went to look at the original author's post. This author was a terrible writer who wrote new media articles. Looking at the time on his Weibo, this short article had been uploaded less than an hour ago. The original author had limited fans, so there wasn't a lot of dissemination. But even if he only had less than 100 fans, there was already a queue under this article. A series of posts asking for articles, asking for spreading hearts, were extremely neat and eye-catching. Gu Nianji couldn't stop laughing coldly. How was this Hua Xiaoheng's personal charm? Someone was obviously messing with him. As a high-ranking military general, he had been hyped up on social media to this extent. Now that even the short article had been added, it wasn't support or support. It was an attempt to destroy his reputation and create obstacles for his career. On the surface, the direction of this short article was very obvious. The person who was hit the hardest was Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng was a man, so the other party was still lenient towards him. But the actual effect wasn't like that. From Gu Nianji's perspective, the other party's move was extremely stupid. This article not only destroyed Gu Nianji, but more importantly, it made it impossible for Hua Xiaoheng to make a comeback. Although it was stupid, it was also vicious. This kind of article, coupled with Hua Xiaoheng's popularity that hadn't died down yet, would immediately cause an explosive effect on the entire internet once a major verified account came out to promote it. The outcome would be devastating. Gu Nianji thought about it and instinctively felt that all of this had to do with the Kai family. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Kai Songyin, Tan Guiren, and Kai Xingnan had been humiliated by Hua Xiaoheng. They were looking for revenge. But if they were only looking for revenge, did they not want Hua Xiaoheng to be their son-in-law? This move was too ruthless. If Hua Xiaoheng was defeated to the point where he couldn't make a comeback, would they still be willing to marry their precious daughter of nobility to him? Putting aside the question of whether Hua Xiaoheng would marry her, Gu Nianji was thinking about this problem from the perspective of an idiot. From this incident, it could be seen that the Kai family, who controlled the media, had become unruly after Tan Dongbang won the election. They were confident that they could control public opinion. As the saying went, I can beat you down with one hand, but I can also raise you up with the other. It all depended on whether you would listen to me, and Gu Nianji believed in, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. To her, it meant that in order to defeat an idiot, one must first understand the logic of an idiot. Otherwise, the other party would use their rich experience of being an idiot to beat you until you doubted life itself. Gu Nianji silently opened her laptop and opened her most powerful hacking software. Okay, I'll wrap up early today, so I'll come and see what kind of divine being this great author is. It was the next morning. Tomorrow's update would be afternoon. Chapter 981. After opening the hacking software, Gu Nianji first hit her IP as usual, then used someone else's IP to return to the original blog. She checked the status and found that the blogger was actually online. She looked at her watch. It was past 7 p.m., and the short article had been uploaded just after 6 p.m. Was he updating or interacting with his fans at this time? Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and immediately sent him a phishing private message. The blogger saw the email almost immediately. Gu Nianji's Weibo phishing private message could be disguised as the account of a Weibo member's secretary, saying that there was a problem with the other party's account and asking him to confirm his identity. The blogger didn't suspect anything and immediately logged into the phishing website in the private message and entered his login account and password. This was the most labor-saving hacking method, and Gu Nianji planned to try it first. If the other party didn't take the bait within 5 minutes, she would use another method. In the end, she only waited for 3 minutes before the other party's account and password were sent to Gu Nianji's hacker email. With the account and password, Gu Nianji quickly logged into the other party's Weibo account and downloaded all of his content. This included private chats and messages with other people, as well as his login IP and login address. They were all recorded. Then she calmly deleted the phishing private message she had just sent from the other party's private message column, then went to the security center to erase all traces of logging in and quickly logged out. Then she changed the phishing website's URL so that the other party could no longer find the URL he had just entered his login account and password. After everything was done, Gu Nianji quickly scanned all the data and downloaded it to analyze it. She immediately discovered that the person had a secret transaction with another Weibo account. Simply put, someone had contacted the blogger who wrote new media articles a few days ago and offered him a large sum of money to write an article. The outline of the article and the names of the characters were all decided by the other party, and even the follow-up marketing strategy had been discussed. In order to pretend that the article had become popular naturally, the person had also racked his brains to think of a way. It was also because they wanted the matter to look like there was no one behind it and that it had become popular naturally, so they had prepared many methods and planned to use them one by one. Their plan was to make the article become popular in 2 or 3 days, so far, the short article that had been posted for less than an hour hadn't spread yet, and the matter hadn't escalated to the point of no return. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She then checked the historical data and found out that before this incident, the blogger only had 3 fans. Therefore, the majority of this blogger's 90-odd fans were zombie accounts created by the Internet Water Army Company. They were also the accounts that would be used to create the first wave of popularity. Meanwhile, his essay had already been published. Even the promotional links had been sent to the fake reviewers' accounts and marketing companies. Only this kind of lousy writer would accept this kind of job, right? She had gone crazy thinking about fame and money. Any writer with a little bit of fame who valued their reputation would not do this kind of dirty work that involved taking money to blackmail people. In the Xia Empire, it was illegal to write pornographic novels. Gu Nianji continued to read their private messages. The man promised that the writer would not get into trouble with this incident. He said that they had someone backing them up and promised that there would be no legal problems. Gu Nianji's slender fingers tapped on the desk when she saw the words, legal issues. She couldn't help whistling. You even know about legal issues. There are experts too. Gu Nianji immediately perked up. She no longer felt tired and was full of fighting spirit. The original blogger's identity was quickly investigated by Gu Nianji. He was just a writer who wanted to be famous. He had just started working full-time at home and wanted to make a big deal. There was nothing special about it. The important thing now was to find out who the original blogger's account belonged to. Gu Nianji first followed the person's account to his Weibo. She discovered that the person's Weibo verification was actually a PR, public relations, for a large entertainment company. He was the one who had sent a private message to the original blogger and clearly asked him to stir up trouble and deliberately write those despicable articles to smear Gu Nianji's name and warn Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was no stranger to this entertainment company at all. When she was investigating Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang's affair, she had found out that this entertainment company belonged to the Kai family and was managed by Kai Songyin. She was definitely going to make a report. But how could she catch the mastermind so easily? After Gu Nianji saved all his information, she still felt that something was off. If Kai Songyin really ordered someone to do this, why did she have to be so ruthless? Didn't she already compromise many times for Tan Gairen's sake just to get close to the Hu family? But if this short article really spread, Gu Nianji wouldn't be the only one who would be hurt. Hu Xiaoheng would be the one who would suffer the most. Thinking about it, a high-ranking general who was on the rise and had a limitless future would definitely be completely ruined by a short article of less than 3,000 words. Under these circumstances, no matter how greedy Hu Xiaoheng was, he wouldn't be with Tan Guiren. So if this matter was really ordered by Kai Songyin, Gu Nianji only had two conclusions. One was that Kai Songyin was very unwilling to let Tan Guiren and Hu Xiaoheng be together. Therefore, she went all out and destroyed Hu Xiaoheng's future. Tan Guiren wouldn't be able to be with him even if she wanted to. The second was that Kai Songyin thought she had already mastered the media to the point where she could summon clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. First, she smeared Hu Xiaoheng to the point where he couldn't be seen, then washed him clean with super strong detergent. Gu Nianji shook her head. Kai Songyin was able to promote Tan Dongbang to the position of prime minister, so she wouldn't have such a shallow understanding of the media and public opinion. The media manipulated the public opinion, but what was the public opinion? Using an ancient saying, the public opinion was like water. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. If one wasn't careful, the boat of friendship would capsize and drown everyone who dared to play with the public opinion. Therefore, even if Kai Songyin had become arrogant because she had single-handedly promoted Tan Dongbang to the position of prime minister, she wouldn't be so arrogant that her IQ would drop to the point of being retarded. So the second reason probably didn't have anything to do with Kai Songyin. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and looked at the Weibo account of the Entertainment Limited Company's PR for a while. She suddenly realized that his private messages seemed to be especially clean. It was so clean that there weren't any clues at all. That meant that the private messages this person sent to the original blogger were only saved by the original blogger, but he had already deleted them himself. Not only did he delete the private messages related to the original blogger, but he also deleted all the private messages from his own work. Did he have to delete them so cleanly? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She entered the backend server of Weibo again and found the backup data. This was because the PR could only delete the private message records from his own account, but Weibo's backend server had the records stored. She scrolled back 10 days and saw that this person had indeed deleted all the private message records on Weibo, as expected of the PR of the Entertainment Limited Company. This Weibo private message record was exploding. Gu Nianji quickly read through it. Not long after, Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed as she realized something was wrong. On the first day of the new year, a mysterious account had contacted this PR and asked him to find an unrated writer to write a short essay to smear Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. This PR was originally unwilling. After all, the instructions he received were to target Gu Nianji's shamelessness, and Hu Xiaoheng would appear as a positive person who wouldn't be tempted in the essay. But the mysterious account gave this PR an offer he couldn't refuse. This amount of money was so much that this PR could buy out the Entertainment Limited Company he worked for. It was 300 times his current annual salary of 300,000. It was this kind of price tag that made the PR, public relations, take the risk and go against Kai Songyin's orders. They changed the outline of the short story according to the mysterious person's request to openly defame Gu Nianji and secretly defame Hu Xiaoheng. The main point was to make Hu Xiaoheng bear this stain and never be able to take another step forward. Gu Nianji followed the clues and set her eyes on the mysterious Weibo account that contacted this PR. But following the clues of the private message backup data, Gu Nianji discovered that the Weibo account had actually been deleted. The security was so tight. They really wanted to cause trouble. Gu Nianji became braver as she faced setbacks. She had always been the type to become stronger when facing strong opponents and stronger when facing weak opponents. The harder the task, the more she wanted to try. Of course, she could even wipe out the intranet of the German Federal Intelligence Service, so how could Weibo, which was full of security holes? Gu Nianji's fingers flew as she typed out a series of commands on her laptop and hacked into Weibo's backend server again. The last time she had a problem with Weibo's server, she had encountered a similar situation. The account had been deleted. When a user deleted their account, the server actually didn't delete their account. Instead, it moved the account from being protected by normal security software to the inactive folder. The inactive folder's security measures were much lower than normal accounts. Just like last time, Gunyinji opened the password testing program and used less than a second to find out the backend login password of this mysterious account. After the password was cracked, Gunyinji entered the uninhabited land and quickly found all the frozen contents of the deleted account. She searched in chronological order and quickly found the data records of the day the mysterious account contacted the original Weibo blogger. The records also included the other party's login IP. Gunyinji looked at the IP data, and the corners of her eyes twitched. It was too familiar. It could practically be considered an old friend of Gunyinji's. Wasn't this the invalid IP that appeared during the video call between Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang? Seeing the invalid IP, Gunyinji sighed deeply. She seemed to have expected it, but at the same time, it was unexpected. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over her head was finally going to fall. After going around in circles, she was back to square one. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you insisted on coming. This was the first update. It was 7:00 at night, and the second update. Sorry, everyone. The editor informed me of the wrong time. Today is still 2 updates, and tomorrow will be 7 updates. Chapter 982. Gunyinji looked at the invalid IP, and her eyes darkened. The situation was more complicated than she had imagined, but it wasn't so complicated that she couldn't handle it on her own. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she quickly decided on her next course of action. Her original goal was to report Kai Songyin's entertainment company for manipulating the internet water army and purposely tarnishing the reputation of the military's high-ranking generals. With Kai Songyin's status as the First Lady, it could be confirmed that this was a very serious crime. However, after reading the short article and discovering the invalid IP, Gunyinji's goal and thoughts quickly changed. First of all, this short story was too shameless. She couldn't let this short story have a chance to be seen by others. She had already hacked the blogger's computer and formatted the hard drive that contained the original draft of the short article. She was using her own program to search for the cloud drive online and scan all the files stored on the cloud drive. She grabbed keywords to see if the blogger had uploaded it to the cloud drive. Currently, 80% of the scan progress had passed, but she still hadn't found any cloud drives, so it should have been completely deleted. As for the content of the article that the blogger remembered, it didn't matter. What Gunyinji was going to do next would make the blogger realize the serious consequences of this. Even if he could remember every word clearly, the blogger would keep all the content to himself, not daring to say a word until he died. Gunyinji wouldn't report Kai Songyin's entertainment company anymore. She wanted to use more aggressive methods to let Kai Songyin know what it meant to be caught in one's own trap and to shoot oneself in the foot. What did it mean by the highest level of Noswanodai? Therefore, the first thing she needed to do was to cool down Hu Xiaoheng's popularity. She couldn't let people associate him with Hu Xiaoheng again. How could she do that? Gunyinji looked at the invalid IP again. She remembered that this invalid IP had appeared when she was looking up the IP of Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang's short film. Didn't Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang like to use this kind of lowly method to tarnish the reputation of others? The best way to deal with them was to give them a taste of their own medicine. However, Gunyinji also admitted that although this method was unorthodox and lowly, it was very effective. Food and sex were the same. The general public was naturally interested in this kind of news, so it would be widely disseminated. It was impossible for the media not to know. Since you, Kai Songyin, made the first move, then don't blame me for retaliating. The high-definition video of Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran that Gu Nianji had saved for a long time could finally be put to use. Pulling up the video from her computer, Gu Nianji scrolled through the progress bar with a blank expression on her face. This time, she wasn't satisfied with only Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran appearing in the short film. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He easily opened the editing software on his laptop and searched for it on the internet. He downloaded some clips of Kai Songyin's personal image that had appeared on the TV news and edited it into the short movie. Coupled with the divine song, Lost Rivers, the two-person version became a three-person version. While Prime Minister Tan and Gu Yanran were having sex on the bed, Kai Songyin was happily filming them with her digital camera, in order to let people who hadn't paid attention to this old news know who had starred in this short film. Gu Nianji had specially added the names of the characters and used Hollywood techniques. It took her only half an hour to do all this. When she logged into Weibo again, she discovered that the blogger had already gone offline. Just in time, she could freely use this person's Weibo account. Therefore, after the 5-minute short film was restored and edited, Gu Nianji logged into the blogger's Weibo account again and helped him post a Weibo post. This Weibo post was, "Shocking secret news. I didn't think you were this kind of prime minister." Then, Gu Nianji used the backend program to directly replace the 3,000-word short Weibo post that the blogger had pinned to the short film and video. She also set it so that it couldn't be deleted or blocked. This time, Gu Nianji was ruthless and changed a part of Weibo's backend program. Fortunately, she discovered it in time, so the short film hadn't been backed up by Weibo's server yet. Therefore, Gu Nianji didn't need to look through the backup data to delete it. The short film had already been deleted completely, and the link now pointed to the 5-minute short film. Unless all of Weibo's servers were shut down, this short film would always be up there for the whole world to admire. The short film had been replaced with the short film, but the promotional link had already been sent out. This kind of switching was done without anyone noticing. Neither party noticed anything amiss. Once it was 8 p.m., the entire promotional process was carried out on Weibo in an orderly and unhurried manner. According to the original plan, 3 hours after the short film was posted, the Weibo verified account that Kai Songyin's entertainment company had bribed would accidentally be tagged with a link to the short film. After reading it, he would be shocked and immediately repost it with a caption, "Has meaning, content, and inside information." It was called Within 3 Minutes. As Gu Nianji expected, once the Weibo verified account appeared, and the marketing accounts that followed the verified account also took off, the entire Weibo was instantly shocked by the short film. To be honest, the verified account that had left the post didn't even look at what was in the link. He knew it was a video, but the cover of the video was a very simple seal character. He thought it was a music video for the short film, so he reposted it without even looking at it. To him, there were too many advertising companies contacting him. He could easily make hundreds of thousands of dollars with a simple move of his fingers, so why not? With the support of these verified accounts and marketing accounts, and Kai Songyin's successful Weibo water army adding fuel to the fire, the 5-minute short film exploded in popularity. Even the foreign media that had been quietly watching Weibo got their hands on the video like it was a treasure. After all, it was a video of the Hua Xia Empire's elected prime minister in bed. It was hard to get even with money. Therefore, at around 9 p.m., on the 14th of the first lunar month, a 5-minute Weibo short film exploded all over the internet. Weibo's servers were almost paralyzed. However, Kai Songyin's entertainment company was keeping an eye on the official Weibo account and forced them to repair the servers. They couldn't allow the servers to malfunction at this critical juncture. At this time, the TV stations that were originally holding pre-Lantern Festival parties were all shocked by this news. They all stopped their TV programs and began to broadcast the Weibo short film that had the entire internet going crazy. The people who had been drooling over Hua Xiaoheng all disappeared without a trace. almost everyone's attention was on the 5-minute short film. Some people had seen this short film before, but at that time, the image of the man and the surrounding scenes were all blurred out. Only the woman's image was clear. This time, not only were there images of the man's front and back from all angles, but there was also a third party holding a camcorder. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, everyone recognized the man in the short film based on the subtitles. It was their newly elected Prime Minister, Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, who had just escaped the impeachment. The woman who had sex with him was Gu Yanran, who had previously been rumored to be his mistress. And the middle-aged woman holding the camcorder and filming next to him was his wife, Kai Song-yin. It was fine if it was Gu Yanran since she was already locked up in prison. However, Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan appeared in this short film at the same time, so the significance was extraordinary. When this Weibo short film exploded on the internet, Kai Song-yin's entertainment company's executives finally realized something was wrong. What happened to the promised 3,000-word essay? What was going on with this short film that was so popular on the internet? Who posted it? I want to sue them. Also, delete it. Hurry up and delete it. The executives were so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. They took out their phones, landlines, and internet phones and frantically searched the world for someone to delete the video. I don't care how much it costs. Delete it immediately. What? Can't delete it. What do you mean? It wasn't posted on Weibo. Can't we get the blogger to delete it? The PR officer who had contacted the blogger quickly said, "Director, that won't do. That person said he can't delete it and said he didn't upload it. His account was hacked." The executives didn't believe it. Pfft. Get me the management of Weibo and tell them it was me. Get them to delete it from the back end. The PR officer was still quite diligent. After realizing something was wrong, he immediately contacted the blogger and asked him what he had posted. The blogger cried that he had been hacked and didn't know what was going on with the short film. The PR officer still had to calm the blogger down at this time. Otherwise, if the blogger revealed the truth, everyone would be dead. Therefore, the PR officer spoke up for the blogger. "Director, I contacted them a long time ago. The management of Weibo said they can't delete it. It seems like there's a problem with the Weibo program. It really was hacked. There's content in this world that the backend program can't delete. Do you think I'm a computer idiot?" The executive of Kai Song-yin Entertainment Private Limited glared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes. He felt like he was about to become a dead fish. He had no choice but to personally call the management of Weibo and use both carrot and stick to get them to delete the video or block it. Now wasn't the time to pursue responsibility. They had to quickly take down the video. "Director, it's not that we don't want to delete it. Weibo's technical staff has been trying for 10 minutes, but the backend can't delete it. We don't know what's going on either. Moreover, it's clearly your own promotion. Can't you just delete it yourself? If I could delete it, why would I look for you? What a bunch of useless people." The executive of Kai Song-yin Entertainment Private Limited ranted for 15 minutes. When he realized that the short film was still spreading across the internet at lightning speed, he finally collapsed on the sofa. It was the second update. "I'm sorry, everyone. The editor informed me of the wrong time. It will be released at 7 tomorrow." Chapter 983. At that moment, Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin still had no idea about it. They were having dinner with Tan Guiren and the Tans and Kais at a restaurant. Tan Dongbang had to attend the Lantern Festival party as the new Prime Minister on the 15th day of the first lunar month. He would also be giving a speech to the entire nation, so he had to attend. Therefore, the family gathering was set for the 14th night of the first lunar month. The two families finally managed to get together. The dishes had just been served, but they hadn't started eating yet. Just as they were toasting each other, Kai Song-in's phone suddenly rang. She took it and saw that it was a call from her personal assistant. Her personal assistant was probably afraid that she wouldn't pick up, so she sent her a text. Director Kai, hurry up and go on Weibo. The original video of the Prime Minister, Gu Yanran, and you has been leaked. What original video? There were videos of her, Gu Yanran, and Prime Minister Tan. Kai Song-in was confused but also a bit disdainful. It was complete nonsense. She wasn't surprised that there were videos of Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang, but why was there one of her? At that moment, more and more members of the Tans and Kais in the private room were looking down at their phones. Some even looked at her strangely. Kai Song-in instantly realized that something was wrong. She opened Weibo in a panic and immediately saw the top 10 trending topics. Almost all of them were related to Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan's video. Also, the number of searches was very high. It was completely incomparable to those bought trending topics. Kai Song-in's heart skipped a beat as she opened a video link. The image that instantly appeared on the phone made her almost throw her phone away. Who did this? I'm going to sue him. I'm definitely going to sue him. This is too much. How dare he tarnish the Prime Minister's image? He must have a death wish. Kai Song-in immediately knew what video it was. She also immediately realized that the video had been edited. She didn't appear in the original video at all, but some bastard had added her image into this dirty video. Although she was only recording with a digital camera, she couldn't stand it. She wanted to puke just thinking about it. This was intolerable. Kai Song-in had always had a fiery temper. Now that even Tan Dongbang listened to her, and the people around her were flattering and fawning over her, she couldn't help but swell up. Kai Song-in shot up from her seat and rushed into the private room to call her personal assistant. What are you doing? I'm paying you a high salary just so you can watch the show. Hurry up and find a lawyer and send a lawyer's letter. He wanted Weibo to remove the trending topic. Block the entire internet and delete the video. Kai Song-in roared. The veins on her forehead bulged, and the hand that gripped her phone was like a chicken's claw. Her assistant was about to cry on the phone. Director Kai, it's really not that we didn't work hard. We've already asked Weibo's management to delete it from the entire network, and we've also contacted the network management office, but, we don't know what's wrong with Weibo's program. Their technicians have already spent half an hour, but they still can't delete it, or even block it. Our director was so worried about this that he had a heart attack. He's been sent to the hospital. I felt that the situation wasn't right. It wasn't something an ordinary organization could handle. You're the wife of the Prime Minister. Could you get a rather powerful secret organization to handle this? Kai Song-in immediately thought of Hua Xiaoheng. But, if she got Hua Xiaoheng's help, then would he find out that she had purposely instructed her subordinate to write about him and Gu Nianji? Kai Song-in shook her head and tossed the thought to the back of her mind. She immediately asked her assistant, what about that article? How's the promotion going? Hurry up and take it down. Kai Song-in's personal assistant almost knelt down when she still remembered that article at this time. Director Kai, we originally wanted to promote and repost that article, but we don't know what happened. The promotion link that the original blogger sent us was actually this short film. This was like a huge hammer directly smashing Kai Song-in's head. She saw stars and almost swayed. She quickly held onto the wall of the private room to barely steady herself. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. A feeling of shame, anger, and a desire to die enveloped her. So whose handiwork was this? Who was so resourceful that they could grasp her movements the entire time and then secretly replace her promotion link? Out of fear of the Special Operations Forces, Kai Song-in's first thought was that Hu Xiaoheng found out and struck first. But on second thought, if it was Hu Xiaoheng, wouldn't he be afraid of making a mistake? He had a bright future ahead of him. Even if he found out that she had instructed someone to write a short article, he could just delete it and warn her. He wouldn't do something so heartless, would he? Also, she remembered that the outline she had her trusted subordinate write was to endlessly defame Gu Nianji. She had still been merciful to Hu Xiaoheng and made sure that it wouldn't have a decisive impact on his career. Kai Song-yin had thought of everything correctly, but she hadn't expected that her plan would be disrupted by someone else. Someone had interfered and used her resources and methods to fully defame Hu Xiaoheng. The mastermind also didn't know that his wishful thinking had been taken advantage of by Gu Nianji. She had overturned the entire matter in one fell swoop, and the people who had put in all their effort to defame Prime Minister Tan and Kai Song-yin. At that moment, Kai Song-yin felt like she was in a giant maze with flashing mirrors everywhere, reflecting the extremely wretched person in the mirror. She wailed and slumped to the ground. Grabbing her hair, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tan Guiren was worried about Kai Song-yin, so she heard her wailing and quickly ran in. "Mommy, what happened?" Kai Xingnan also came in. Her face was dark as she handed the phone to Tan Guiren. "See for yourself. Don't look." Kai Song-yin sobered up as soon as she saw Tan Guiren. She suddenly snatched the phone from Kai Xingnan's hand. "How can you show such a dirty thing to little darling? Xingnan, are you out of your mind?" Kai Xingnan was furious when she heard that, but seeing that her youngest aunt's family must be in a bad mood after something like this happened, she controlled her anger and said, "Auntie, what do you want to do? What's going on with this short film?" Of course, Kai Song-yin wouldn't tell the truth. Also, this short film had been re-edited by someone to add Kai Song-yin's image, so it was definitely fake news. Therefore, she said angrily, "What do you mean what's going on?" Of course she was framed. "Your youngest uncle is the Prime Minister now. So many people don't like him. This incident happened once before, but I didn't think it would get worse this time and be even more photoshopped." Kai Xingnan said in shock, "This was all photoshopped? I couldn't tell at all." "Of course it was." Kai Song-yin glared at her. "Xingnan, you're a lawyer. I'm hiring you as my private lawyer now to sue that hacker." She didn't dare to say that she would sue the original blogger who posted the video because she didn't know if her subordinates had done a clean job and if there was any evidence in their hands. If there wasn't evidence, she would definitely sue the blogger as well. But if there was evidence, Kai Song-yin shuddered. In that instant, she was filled with regret. Why did she have to think of such a stupid idea? Even if she wanted to mess with Gu Nianji, she should have cleared her name first. She could only blame herself for being too conceited and not expecting someone to be eyeing her from behind. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand how such a flawless plan had been discovered and used by someone else in advance. "That's not a problem." Kai Xingnan agreed immediately, but she carefully persuaded Kai Song-yin, "I will sue the blogger who posted the video as well." "Little auntie, shouldn't this kind of thing be hired by Uncle's Cabinet Ministry of Justice to fight the lawsuit? Think about it, this matter is to discredit the Cabinet Prime Minister and his wife. Shouldn't the Cabinet Ministry of Justice handle it?" Kai Xingnan had her own thoughts. First of all, being a lawyer hired by the Hua Xia Empire's Cabinet Ministry of Justice was completely different from being a private lawyer hired by someone. The former could be bragged about on her resume, and the latter obviously didn't carry as much weight as the former. Also, as a lawyer hired by the Cabinet Ministry of Justice, she could only receive legal fees. If she became little auntie's private lawyer just like that, she probably wouldn't receive any money. This was the first update. Today, there were 7 updates in a row. Flip back. There's more. You can vote for your monthly votes and recommendation votes now. Chapter 984. Kai Song-yin was distraught and waved her hand. That's fine too. Call the Minister of Justice and tell him that I said that the Prime Minister and I were framed. Ask him to hire you as the Prime Minister's lawyer to represent us in the lawsuit. Auntie, shouldn't it be better for you or uncle to do it? Will it work if I do it? Kai Xingnan was eager to try but also wanted to save face and more protection. Kai Song-yin rolled her eyes. I have something important to discuss with your uncle. Go talk to the Minister of Justice yourself. He used to be your uncle's deputy, so he'll definitely listen. All right then. Kai Xingnan immediately called the Minister of Justice after receiving the guarantee. Kai Song-yin asked Tan Guiren to call Tan Dongbang in and handed him the phone. She said with a livid expression, Dongbang, look at this yourself. I want to see how you clean up the mess you made this time. Tan Dongbang had been drinking outside earlier and was confused when he saw his two relatives looking at him strangely. However, Kai Song-yin had taken his phone away when he came to eat, so he couldn't watch the news. Now that Kai Song-yin had returned the phone to him, he looked down at it. He was so shocked that he almost threw the phone away. What is going on? Who is this blogger? Why is he framing me? I'm going to send someone to arrest him. I'm going to sue him. I want him to go to jail for the rest of his life. Kai Song-yin's heart trembled when she heard that. She quickly said, this blogger was also hacked. What's the point of suing him? Framing you again. He's clearly framing me. Kai Song-yin and Tan Dongbang were the only two left in the private room, so they didn't avoid each other. They closed the door and argued fiercely. Yes, he's framing you, but he's also slandering me. This video doesn't have a clear image of me, right? Why did it come out again? Tan Dongbang's face flushed and then paled. He felt terrible. He couldn't think of how he could go to the national television station's Lantern Festival party tomorrow and give a Lantern Festival speech to the entire nation. Kai Song-yin leaned against the wall of the private room and looked coldly at Tan Dongbang's grief-stricken expression. She said sternly, don't think about who did such a wicked thing. The most important thing now is to delete this video from the internet. Gu Yanran wasn't a big deal. Anyway, after the first porn incident, her white flesh was already stinky. However, Tan Dongbang was different. Even if Kai Song-yin's relationship with him had fallen apart, they were still husband and wife. Moreover, Tan Dongbang was the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of a country being seen naked was not something to be proud of. In reality, this crisis was even more troublesome than Tan Dongbang's impeachment. Even if he was impeached, it would still be considered an open fight. As long as he won the lawsuit, Tan Dongbang's reputation and prestige wouldn't be affected in any way. In fact, it would even be a bonus. Because in terms of impeachment procedures, if the other party initiated a second impeachment, the requirements would be much stricter than the first. Kai Song-yin was confident that Tan Dongbang wouldn't be impeached a second time. But this time, the short video that made Tan Dongbang lose face was like a soft knife cutting through flesh. Kai Song-yin felt suffocated just thinking about it. Who was this? So vicious. In a corner of her heart, she felt that Hu Xiaoheng had something to do with this. However, rationally, she refused to believe this speculation. Because Hu Xiaoheng was clearly traveling with General Ji in the army, and Kai Song-yin knew his daily schedule like the back of her hand. Kai Song-yin had a lot of connections in the media world. Although the news media that followed the army this time was part of the military, they were all in the media industry, so they were inextricably linked to each other. Therefore, Kai Song-yin knew that Hu Xiaoheng didn't have a single second to do something like this. During these 14 days, Hu Xiaoheng was like General Ji. He was followed by the news media almost from every angle. It was also because of this reason that Kai Song-yin had the guts to promote Hu Xiaoheng on the internet. She wanted him to have a taste of being an internet celebrity, and then use a short article to knock him down. Then, she would get someone to help Hu Xiaoheng reclaim his reputation. And she would give all the credit to Tan Guiren. She would let Hu Xiaoheng know that she only helped him because Tan Guiren wholeheartedly cared for him. After experiencing the process of falling from the peak to rock bottom, and then rising from rock bottom to the peak, Hu Xiaoheng's mindset would definitely change. He would clearly realize that Tan Guiren was the woman most compatible with him in terms of personal qualities and family background. Unfortunately, before she could carry out her wishful thinking, she had already fallen into a completely passive and hopeless situation. Now it looked like it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng who was about to fall from the peak to rock bottom, but her family. Kai Songyin's eyes were red as she glared at Tan Dongbang. "Hurry up and make the call. I'll call the head of the Ministry of Information right now and have him order Weibo to be deleted." Tan Dongbang was reminded by Kai Songyin, and he frantically searched for the number of the head of the Ministry of Information from his phone. He called, and the person was also watching the news and waiting for Tan Dongbang's orders. "Hurry up and order Weibo to delete the original video. Also, delete it from the entire internet. Don't miss anything on your cloud drive or email." Tan Dongbang held his phone with one hand and stood in the small room with the other hand on his hip. He was so angry that his neck was red. "What? Weibo can't be deleted. Then what should we do?" When Tan Dongbang heard that Weibo had a technical malfunction and couldn't delete or block the short video, it was the first time he felt like he was in big trouble. This was a helplessness he hadn't felt even during his impeachment. Who was behind this? Were they trying to force him to his death? Kai Songyin immediately took the phone from Tan Dongbang's hand and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and give an order to Weibo. If they don't think of a solution in 5 minutes, they can forget about getting their internet license next year. If they couldn't get their internet license approved by the state, then Weibo would have to shut down." This was a truly ruthless move. The head of the Ministry of Information immediately relayed this request to Weibo's management and gave an order. "If you don't solve this problem in 5 minutes, then wait for bankruptcy and liquidation." Only then did Weibo's management panic. After an emergency call with the major shareholder, they found the technical director of Weibo and asked him, "How much longer do you need to solve this problem?" "You still have 3 minutes. When the technical director heard that Weibo would have to shut down immediately if they couldn't solve this problem, he panicked and said, "It's not that there's no way, but I'm afraid there will be a huge loss." What loss could be greater than shutting down the company? "Hurry up and tell me." Weibo's CEO was furious. He waved his fist and wanted to punch the technical director in the face. That means shutting down all the servers and restarting them with the backup data from a few days ago. The technical director coughed with difficulty. But this will cause Weibo to face a huge loss of data, and there might even be legal problems. They didn't know what kind of person their Weibo had provoked in the past year, but they kept being hacked and restarted the backup data twice already. "Whatever, as long as it works, we can talk about the future in the future." Weibo's CEO waved his hand. "Hurry up and do it. Shut down all the servers and restart them with the backup data from a few days ago." Weibo's CEO made the decision, and the technical director immediately informed Weibo's server managers around the world to immediately shut down all the servers. This was going to be interesting. Weibo claimed to have hundreds of millions of users, and there were more than 100 million active users every day. Therefore, Weibo shut down all the servers around the world without any warning. The financial loss was a small matter, but the key was that it would have a very negative impact on the users. Weibo also had its own competitors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several competitors quickly attracted new users and offered all kinds of benefits to steal many of Weibo's users. But no matter what, the video of the short film was finally deleted. Then the IT department took action and deleted all the relevant links and content from the entire internet. Cloud computing, email, and all the major forum website servers were all cleaned up. But in the end, it was too slow. By the time they realized what was going on and made the decision to shut down all the servers, the 5-minute short movie had already spread across the world at lightning speed. Even foreign users, including foreign intelligence agencies, received a copy of the video. It was a high-definition video, and Gu Yanran had a good figure and was beautiful. She was more eye-catching than many of the female celebrities in Japan. And the name Gu Nyenji gave to Gu Yanran was Kasahara Naoko. When everyone saw this name, they all praised the rising star of the Japanese video industry. And after the foreign intelligence agencies analyzed the video, they discovered that Mrs. Tan's image was edited, but Prime Minister Tan's image was the real thing. In other words, the newly elected Prime Minister of the Xia Empire had performed an intense video for the people of the world. This was going to be a big deal. Although the 5-minute video was deleted because Weibo shut down all the servers around the world, some people still had a backup on their personal computers. When the ordinary Xia citizens discovered that the woman was actually called Kasahara Naoko and was obviously Japanese, their anger erupted like a volcano. It was one thing for the dignified prime minister of a country to be recorded in such an indecent video, but it was also with a Japanese woman. Soon, on Chengdu's search engine, the search volume for Kasahara Naoko skyrocketed. And Gu Nyenji had already prepared the Chengdu encyclopedia information on Kasahara Naoko for anyone to search. As information about the Kasahara family surfaced one by one, and people who were interested could even compare it with other historical information, they suddenly discovered that Kasahara Naoko's great-grandfather was actually a colonel in Japan's infamous numerical unit back then. Prime Minister Tan actually had a relationship with such a woman, and his wife was actually filming from the side. So it was definitely not someone else framing him. It was the second update, and the first update of the 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to Assistant Joe arrived. Chapter 985. Impulsive netizens had long been used to Weibo solving cases and cloud sentencing. When Weibo's server was restored, the impatient netizens realized that the data had returned to a few days ago. There was no data in between, which made them even angrier. Everyone vented their anger on Prime Minister Tan and his family. The active Weibo users who had been holding back for the whole night started to dig up information on the various bloggers related to this incident. Gu Nyenji didn't need to do anything else. The truth would be revealed by the netizens step by step. Oh my god! See what I found. The fans of this blogger are almost all paid posters. Screenshots as proof, these accounts only follow the blogger and the official Weibo account of the First Lady's company. Could it be that someone is deliberately trying to slander Prime Minister Tan? Black my ass. Let me show you where these fake reviewers belong to. They are all from this company. See? Mrs. Tan's company. Why would Mrs. Tan defame her own husband? He even let himself out. You have to ask Mrs. Tan. As a result, Kai Songin's Weibo account gained a few million followers within a few hours. Her most recent Weibo post was almost bombarded with questions. Everyone was asking her why she didn't just divorce her husband if she hated him so much. By doing such a thing, her husband's political future was obviously over. At this time, in the private room of the restaurant where the Kai family and the Tan family were about to eat together, everyone was like a statue. No one spoke, and no one moved. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang were talking in the private room and hadn't come out for a long time. Tan Guiren and Kai Xingnan followed the latest developments online. When they saw that Prime Minister Tan's short film had been promoted and marketed by Kai Songyin's Internet Water Army, they were all flabbergasted and almost speechless. Kai Xingnan was the first to react. What the hell was going on? Just a moment ago, Little Ant had indignantly said that the video was fake and that someone was trying to set them up. She had even asked her to be the Prime Minister's lawyer hired by the Ministry of Justice to fight the case. But in the blink of an eye, how did it become her who was setting up her uncle? So what the hell was she going to sue for? Help Uncle sue Auntie. It took about an hour and a half for Weibo to shut down all the servers around the world and restart the backup data. During that 1.5 hours, Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin stayed in the private room of the restaurant and didn't come out. Looking at the Weibo status that appeared on the phone, she looked at the Weibo posts that netizens dug out one by one. In the end, all of them pointed to Kai Song-yin's Internet Water Army Company. You! It's you! Tan Dongbang couldn't contain his anger and raised his hand to slap Kai Song-yin. You're too vicious. How dare you use such a method to harm me? Kai Song-yin covered her face in disbelief. You're saying I hurt you? Tan Dongbang, do you have a brain? What do I get out of harming you? Haven't you been holding a grudge because of what happened between me and Gu Yenran? I was still wondering why you would be so kind as to forgive me in the end, but it turns out that you were waiting for this. Do you want me to never be able to make a comeback? Tan Dongbang felt that he couldn't live with Kai Song-yin anymore. Men were like this. Once they cheated, their feelings would never be as pure as before. Without trust in a relationship, a husband and wife who had helped each other through thick and thin would become estranged. Kai Song-yin truly felt disheartened, but she couldn't tell him the truth. After all, she was the one who came up with the plan to force Gu Nianji to back off and beat Hua Xiaoheng. Tan Dongbang really didn't know about it. Of course, now that things had developed to this point, the short article that she had suggested had never appeared. She also wouldn't drag it out and cause more trouble for herself. If I wanted to hold a grudge against you, all I had to do was stand by and watch when you were impeached. Why would I need to do this? Didn't you see that even I was in your video? If I was the one who filmed it, why would I appear in the video? Are you thinking with your lower body? Kai Song-yin didn't back down and rushed over to slap Tan Dongbang. I've lived so long, and even my parents haven't touched a single finger on me. Tan Dongbang, how dare you hit me? Tan Dongbang also felt a bit guilty after hitting Kai Song-yin. Now that she had hit him back, it could be considered to have been cancelled out. He covered his face and sneered. If it wasn't like that, how could you clear your name? Kai Song-yin, I really underestimated you. That's right, you're the queen of the media, the CEO, and you control half the entertainment industry. You can crush someone with a flick of your finger. But I never thought that you would disregard your relationship as a married couple and hit me so ruthlessly. Tan Dongbang, look at your own conscience, and then look at your own brain. Don't tell me you're saying something like that because the water in your brain flowed into your heart and all of it flowed out. Kai Song-yin glared at Tan Dongbang. Right now, I'm being framed. You still don't believe me. I've already asked Xingnan to make preparations. We're going to find the mastermind and sue him to death. Now isn't the time for us to have a falling out. Please control your pettiness and get through this with me. This was indeed the correct way to handle the situation. No matter how angry Tan Dongbang was, he had to suppress it. Fine, let's go home first and find someone to investigate this matter. Then we'll file a lawsuit. Tan Dongbang was no longer hysterical. He touched his gloomy face and walked out of the small single room. Kai Song-yin also followed him out. As soon as the couple left the private room, they immediately put on calm smiles and changed their expressions very quickly. Mommy! Daddy! Are you okay? Tan Guiren came up to them worriedly. How did this happen? Is what the internet said true? Of course it's false. Your daddy and I were framed. Someone wants to mess with us, Kai Song-yin said calmly. Don't be afraid. We'll take care of this. Standing in front of the Kais and Tans, Kai Song-yin assured everyone, today's incident was purely an accident. We're going back to investigate this matter now. Please help yourselves to dinner. We'll be leaving first. Kai Song-yin led Tan Gui-ren and Kai Xingnan out. Tan Dongbang was the prime minister. When he went out, even if it was a family gathering, there would be people from the National Secret Service protecting them. However, as soon as they walked out of the restaurant, they were suddenly surrounded by reporters who rushed in from outside. All sorts of cameras and cell phones were pointed in their direction, and microphones of all sizes with recording functions were extended in front of them. Prime Minister Tan, may I ask what's going on with the short video that's spreading like wildfire on Weibo today? Mrs. Tan, I heard that your company was responsible for promoting those links. What's the meaning of this? Under the pitch-black night sky and the dim yellow street lights next to the trees on the side of the road, the cameras in the reporters' hands were highlighted. As soon as Tan Dongbang saw the reporters, his campaign style came out. He stood ramrod straight and said politely, I already know about today's incident, and I'm about to rush back to the cabinet for a meeting. I promise everyone that I will definitely find the instigator of this incident and bring him to justice. As soon as the reporters heard that there was hope, they immediately asked, Prime Minister Tan, are you saying that someone framed you? But that video has been leaked before, and you didn't question the authenticity of the video. Of course he didn't question it because Tan Dongbang didn't appear in the video at that time. Why would he deny it? Would he get himself into trouble? Tan Dongbang cursed the reporter who asked this question for being an idiot in his heart as he smiled and got into his bulletproof car. The Secret Service's security guards immediately separated the reporters. Everyone, move aside and let Prime Minister Tan's car leave. Kai Song-yin didn't say anything from beginning to end as she followed Tan Dongbang into the car. Tan Gui-ren wore large sunglasses and lowered her head as she got into Tan Dongbang's prime minister's car with Kai Xingnan. The car quickly drove away, leaving the bustling reporters behind. Tan Gui-ren looked back and took off her sunglasses. She rubbed her eyes and sighed. Mommy, who's going so far? They're so evil. We must sue them. Kai Xingnan burst into laughter and rubbed Tan Gui-ren's head. Cousin, you're so well protected by Auntie. What is it? Did I say something wrong? This incident isn't that simple. Kai Xingnan stopped smiling. From the information online, we don't even know who our opponent is. How can we sue them? Sue who? Heir? Opponent? Isn't it the blogger who uploaded the video? Tan Gui-ren asked in confusion. Kai Song-yin quickly said, my assistant has already gone to investigate. The blogger said that his account was hacked by a hacker. Mommy, even you don't know who set us up. Tan Gui-ren clenched her fists. These people are too much. We can't let them get away with it. Tan Gui-ren wanted to vomit just thinking about that disgusting video. Luckily, her cousin had covered half of her phone at the time, so she hadn't seen her father clearly. She had only seen Gu Yanran's fair skin. In Tan Gui-ren's heart, her mother, Kai Song-yin, was omnipotent. Even when her father was impeached by the Senate, she had helped him through it. This time would be no exception. Kai Song-yin only wanted to cry. Where was she supposed to find the mastermind at this time? Kai Xingnan knew more about the ways of the world than Tan Gui-ren. She took out her phone and said to Kai Song-yin, Auntie, there must be a computer expert involved in this incident. We should first find a computer expert to look for clues. Yes, yes, yes. A computer expert. We need to find a computer expert to help us. Tan Dongbang nodded vigorously. Xingnan, do you know anyone in this field? There must be a computer expert in the cabinet's information department. Kai Xingnan subtly reminded Kai Song-yin. Why don't we have Uncle talk to the director of the information department again? Kai Song-yin agreed. That's a good suggestion. Dongbang, go and get a few computer experts from the IT department. Get them to check it out and see what's going on. Tan Dongbang immediately called the director of the information department again. However, the director of the information department immediately replied, "Prime Minister Tan, it's not that I don't want to help, but Weibo just restarted the backup data and used the data from a few days ago. Even if a computer expert went to investigate today, they wouldn't be able to find any information." It was the third update, and the second update of the 100,000 Chidian dollars awarded to Assistant Joe arrived. Chapter 986. Tan Dongbang's heart sank. Really? That can't be. There's no other data on Weibo. Kai Songin's heart skipped a beat, and her tense expression relaxed. If Weibo's server was rebooted using the data from a few days ago, then would the private messages they exchanged with the blogger also disappear? Then there wouldn't be any evidence left, right? Kai Songyin carefully calculated the possibilities in her mind. Tan Dongbang was also talking to the head of the IT department about borrowing a computer expert. Tan Guiren propped up her head with her hand and looked out the window silently. She sighed softly. Her home was a mess, and she wished so much that a strong man would come down from the sky and save her from this disaster. Where was her hero? While the three Tans were having their own thoughts, Kai Xingnan was also looking for a solution. She didn't know much about computers, and she didn't trust the people in the IT department. Therefore, she found an American computer expert she was familiar with and sent him an email, hoping he could help evaluate the situation. The American computer expert happened to hear about this incident and watched the entire process. He even downloaded a short movie. Now that he saw Kai Xingnan's email asking about him, the American computer expert called over the internet and praised the person who did this. "Julie, this person is a genius. A 100% genius. He's so amazing. Just making Weibo unable to delete or block the video is not something a normal computer expert can do. I never knew there was such a computer expert in the Huaxia Empire. Julie, did you know? I only admired one computer genius before, and his name is Pink Piggy. He suddenly appeared last year and wiped out the German Federal Intelligence Agency. Now, I have a second person I admire. I want to call him Dark Angel." What the hell was Pink Piggy? Dark Angel. Childish. Kai Xingnan pouted and began chatting with this person. Is this very difficult? Of course. Theoretically, as long as it's content on my server, the system admin has full authority. It can delete, change, or block it as it pleases. There shouldn't be any problems. But the person who uploaded the video changed the system admin's authority. In other words, he added a restriction to the Weibo system admin so it can't delete or block this specific file. Kai Xingnan was as confused as a Vidra. She stared at the dark night sky and thought for a while before continuing, can't the system admin's authority be changed? Theoretically, no. Only other accounts can be restricted. Think about it. What is a system admin? It means that the system is the master and can't be changed. But this person did it. I'm very interested in how he did it. The computer expert from the United States kept on expressing her admiration for the person who uploaded the video, which made Kai Xingnan feel very uncomfortable. Hee, so there's such a powerful hacker. No wonder you think so highly of him. Don't you even know how he did it? Kai Xingnan said deliberately, trying to provoke the American computer expert. The American computer expert fell for it and said excitedly, I'm also looking at Weibo's system. The security measures of the original Weibo blogger's account are really bad. I easily hacked into his account and took a look at his account. I realized that even his private messages were deleted. Looks like the rebooting of Weibo's data has greatly affected this blogger. The computer expert's private messages were all deleted. Did the original blogger delete all his private messages? Cannot be restored. Kai Xingnan asked casually as she wrote down all the important points in her electronic memo. Kai Songyin heard it from the front row and turned to ask quietly, "How do you know the computer expert's private messages were all deleted?" Kai Xingnan gestured for her to calm down. She then said to the American computer expert, "Got it. Thank you. I'm on my way." Okay. She had originally wanted to invite this American computer expert to be her technical consultant. Just like that, when she went to court and saw the hacker who uploaded the video, Kai Xingnan was worried that this American computer expert would immediately change sides and kneel at the feet of that person. After ending the call with the American computer expert, Kai Xingnan nodded to Kai Songyin. It was indeed deleted. The person I was talking to is very good. He just accessed the computer expert's Weibo account and looked through it. Tan Guiren listened quietly for a while and suddenly whispered, "I heard from the art troupe that Major General Hua's department has a lot of computer experts. Why don't we ask Major General Hua to check?" "Oh. Really? Major General Hua's department has computer experts? Even better than the computer experts in the information department?" Kai Xingnan immediately expressed her interest and wanted to hold Tan Guiren's hand to ask. Kai Songyin coughed lightly to stop Tan Guiren. "Little darling, we'll find a computer expert. As for Major General Hua, they're a military organization. It's best not to trouble them with things related to the cabinet." Kai Xingnan was a bit disappointed. How could Kai Songyin give up such a good opportunity to get close to him? She looked Kai Songyin up and down and actually saw a trace of panic in her eyes that she didn't manage to hide in time. What was the reason? Kai Xingnan quietly looked away and looked at her phone. She picked it up and sent an email to her father. Father should know about what happened in the Huaxia Empire that night, right? Unfortunately, they couldn't take the first step. How could they find the hacker? Kai Xingnan's father, Kai Sumin, had also paid attention to this matter. Because Tan Dongbang was his brother-in-law, he was more concerned about it than others. Kai Sumin immediately called when he saw Kai Xingnan's email. "Xingnan, where's your auntie?" Kai Sumin asked over the phone. Kai Xingnan looked at Kai Songyin in the front row. "She's here. Do you want to talk to auntie?" Kai Sumin sat in front of his desk and looked at the uproar online. He nodded with a headache. "Give her the phone." Kai Xingnan quickly said, "Auntie, it's my father." Kai Songyin was ecstatic. "It's your father." She quickly took the phone and immediately said, "Big brother. You finally called back." Kai Xingnan's father, Kai Sumin, was Kai Songyin's biological brother. The siblings had been very close since they were young. Kai Sumin was one of the most famous Huaxia lawyers in the United States. He only asked a few questions and could tell something was wrong from Kai Songyin's reaction. "Songyin, tell me the truth. Does this matter have anything to do with you?" Kai Sumin asked slowly. Kai Songyin choked and quickly glanced at Tan Dongbang. She tried her best to maintain her calm posture. "This matter is very complicated. The blogger who uploaded the video keeps claiming that his account was hacked and that it has nothing to do with him." "Nothing to do with him?" "If he says it's fine, then it's fine. The truth is that the video was uploaded from his account, and the person who forwarded it was also his fan. What reason does he have to say that it wasn't him, and you just believe him?" Kai Sumin hit the nail on the head and pointed out Kai Songyin's unspeakable secret. Kai Songyin couldn't let Tan Dongbang know the truth, nor did she want Tan Guiren to know, so she took the blame herself. "Big brother, we've already investigated that blogger. He's just a lousy blogger with no background at all. How could he have done this? What is he after?" Kai Songyin still expressed her belief in the original blogger. "What is he after?" "Of course it's for money. Do you think he's after ideals or interests?" Kai Sumin was even more certain that this matter had something to do with his younger sister. However, he didn't know why she was so unlucky to be the victim of this incident. Big brother, I don't know what to do either because he insists that it was a hacker. There's nothing we can do. Kai Song-in rejected him tactfully. Kai Sumin raised his voice. You don't know what to do. There's nothing we can do. Then you can sue him directly. In a situation like this, he should be the one to produce proof to prove that he was hacked. We shouldn't just listen to him and believe that it was a hacker. Song-in, don't tell me you don't even understand that. Kai Song-in's heart trembled when she heard that. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she already saw Tan Dongbang looking over. She quickly adjusted the expression on her face and continued speaking mysteriously. I was so scared just now that I really didn't think about it. However, if Big Brother thinks this is feasible, how about we hold a video conference to discuss it in detail when we get home? Kai Sumin was silent for a while. Is it inconvenient for you to talk now? We're in the car. We're about to go back to the Prime Minister's official residence, Kai Song-in said with a smile. Her expression had already returned to normal. Tan Dongbang had been secretly observing Kai Song-in from the side. He finally sighed in relief when he saw that she wasn't uncomfortable at all. As long as Kai Song-in wasn't trying to mess with him, Tan Dongbang believed that he would be fine. Tan Dongbang was just like his daughter, Tan Guiren. He trusted Kai Song-in's abilities very much. However, only Kai Song-in knew that this time, she had kicked an iron plate. There was an uncontrollable panic in her heart. It was as if all these years of good luck had finally been used up in that moment. She hung up and returned the phone to Kai Xingnan. Kai Song-in tilted her head and leaned against the car window in silent contemplation. If they were sure that the original blogger didn't have any evidence and didn't have anything to use against them, perhaps they could choose to directly sue the original blogger, and the original blogger would definitely say that they wanted him to defame Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng and that he had nothing to do with the video. Then she could tell Hua Xiaoheng about the news and see how he would react. That way, public opinion would definitely be created, and their goal of defaming Gu Nianji would still be achieved. As for Hua Xiaoheng, they could also take the opportunity to see his reaction and see if he would save Gu Nianji or watch from the sidelines and protect himself. This was the fourth update. It was delivered to the president of Momo Moshi. Chapter 987. Kai Song-in could also use this opportunity to assess Hua Xiaoheng's feelings for Gu Nianji from his subsequent actions. Otherwise, his daughter's unrequited love might be for naught. The more Kai Song-in thought about it, the more she felt that this was a great idea. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would they be able to save Tan Dongbang from danger, but they would also be able to drag Gu Nianji down with them. Hua Xiaoheng would also be involved, so their losses would not be too great. By the time they returned to the Prime Minister's official residence, Kai Song-in had already thought through everything. When she video-called Kai Sumin, Kai Song-in was alone in the study and told him the truth. She explained the entire sequence of events and the freak combination of circumstances. Kai Sumin was so angry on the other side of the ocean that his veins were about to explode. Song-in, how could you think of such a lousy move that harms others without benefiting yourself? If they weren't separated by the entire Pacific Ocean, Kai Sumin would have picked up a stick and viciously beat Kai Song-in. What an idiot! What's so good about Hua Xiaoheng? Is it worth it for you to take such a huge risk? Kai Susuman was exasperated that Kai Susuman didn't live up to his expectations and reprimanded Kai Song-in again and again. Kai Song-in didn't retort. She just quietly waited for Kai Sumin to finish scolding before saying quietly, if we're talking about talent, little darling's taste isn't bad. If Hua Xiaoheng can be my son-in-law, even if Dongbang doesn't become the prime minister in the future, it would be enough for our family to have a son-in-law. Even if he's so good, why does he have to use such a stupid method? Kai Sumin looked down on idiots the most. They could be bad, they could be poisonous, they could be despicable, but they couldn't be stupid. Do you think I want to? Kai Song-in wasn't happy either. Your niece likes him wholeheartedly, but coincidentally, Hu Xiaoheng also has an ex-girlfriend who's procrastinating. Although they said they broke up, I see that the two of them are still in love. If my daughter marries him, she'll be disgusted by that woman for the rest of her life. Therefore, she acted as the bad guy and helped her daughter get rid of this disaster first. Kai Sumin furrowed his brows. Then you can have someone write that kind of article to defame her. Aren't you afraid of arousing a man's desire to protect her and making it harder for him to let her go? Kai Song-in froze. What did you say? Kai Sumin rubbed his temples with a headache. Song-in, you're not stupid. You just don't understand how men think. It's only because Dongbang was your childhood sweetheart and gave in to you that you think you can do whatever you want. Big brother, who are you siding with? Kai Song-in stood up angrily. Tan Dongbang cheated on his wife and fooled around with another woman. I still can't forgive him. What man's mind? It's all bullshit. All right. Little sister, don't be agitated. Of course, Big Brother will help you and stand on your side. Kai Sumin saw that Kai Song-in was anxious, so he used the nickname he used when they were young to coax her. Kai Song-in hadn't heard her brother coax her like this in a long time, and her eyes couldn't help turning red. Ever since she had married Tan Dongbang, she, the beloved youngest daughter of the family, had become the backbone of the Tan family and shouldered the family's burden. It wasn't that it wasn't hard, it wasn't that it wasn't sad. However, she didn't have a way out. Tan Dongbang was the man she had cried about marrying all those years ago, and the Kai family had all agreed to it. Only her eldest brother, Kai Sumin, had disagreed. He said that Tan Dongbang was petty and solicitous. He only did superficial work, but he didn't take responsibility. He was afraid that she would have a harder time in the future. However, Kai Song-in felt that she had the support of the Tan and Kai families, so how hard could it be? Moreover, she was willing to be a strong woman and run her own company so that the business would flourish. However, in the middle of the night, when she felt tired, she still hoped to have a pair of strong arms to rely on instead of being someone else's support. This was also why she spoiled her daughter, Tan Guiren, and wanted to fulfill her wish of marrying Hu Xiaoheng. Kai Song-in felt that Hu Xiaoheng was the kind of man that women could rely on for a lifetime. She would only be at ease if her daughter married him. Because her daughter definitely wasn't someone who could rely on herself to support a family. Only Hu Xiaoheng's status and ability could allow her daughter to continue living a pampered and spoiled life. She spoiled her daughter into a naive and innocent girl because she didn't want her daughter to be like her and struggle to support a family in the future and become someone else's backbone. Big brother. I was wrong. Kai Song-in choked up as she admitted defeat. Help me. Kai Sumin's heart also softened. I know. Of course I will help you. You just have to tell Big Brother the truth, and Big Brother will help you think of a solution. Kai Song-in nodded profusely and immediately explained her previous plans in detail. Kai Sumin listened calmly and felt that it was rather troublesome because Kai Song-in's plan was actually quite meticulous and effective. Even if he made the plan himself, he wouldn't be much older than this. However, such a bold and imaginative plan had kicked an iron plate and was even used by someone to turn the tables on him. The person behind this was truly too terrifying. Kai Sumin had been a lawyer for over 30 years, yet he had never seen such a cunning criminal that was practically impossible to find. At this time, he completely forgot that his sister, Kai Song-in, was the instigator of the entire case. It was only because she failed that she became a victim. Kai Song-in saw that Kai Sumin didn't speak for a long time and was a bit flustered. She said uneasily, "Big brother, can you not tell Xingnan some things?" Because it was quite embarrassing, she couldn't lose her dignity as an elder in front of Kai Xingnan. Kai Sumin nodded. "I know. This case is rather complicated. I plan to personally return to the Xia Empire and guide Xingnan in this lawsuit. I'm telling you, don't be soft-hearted. This original blogger can't produce evidence that it's related to you, so you must sue him. In order to clear your name and Dongbang's name, for your position, this blogger must be the scapegoat. Big brother wants to return to the Xia Empire? That's great." Kai Songyin truly sighed in relief. "I'll listen to you. I'll sue whoever you say I want to sue, and I'll fight the lawsuit however you say I want to." She knew that even if Kai Sumin returned to the Xia Empire, he wouldn't personally help her with the lawsuit because he was now an American citizen and needed to avoid arousing suspicion. However, Kai Xingnan was different. She was still a Xia Empire citizen and could completely help them with the lawsuit. And Kai Sumin could guide Kai Xingnan behind the scenes. With Kai Sumin, they would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. It was 1:00 in the morning on the 15th day of the lunar calendar. Gu Nianji was still awake as she laid on the bed with her phone in hand. She admired the bloody storm she had single-handedly caused. She casually used an anonymous account to start a petition on Weibo and tagged the official accounts of the Senate, Cabinet, and military. Hashtag Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, who had an affair with a Japanese spy, must step down. Hashtag Although it was already late at night, there were still many active people on Weibo. As soon as the petition was started, it immediately received countless responses from netizens. Some people even reposted the petition link to major forums outside of Weibo. The moderator pinned it to make it easier for people to click on the link and vote. Although the petition had no legal effect, it was the same as what Kai Songyin liked to do. It was also public opinion. The Prime Minister was elected, so he couldn't ignore public opinion. Also, Gu Nianji had restored the original version of the video and uploaded it online. How could Tan Dongbang continue to be Prime Minister like that? If Tan Dongbang didn't admit his mistake and resign, Gu Nianji didn't mind sending him on his way and forcing him to step down. During the last impeachment case, Gu Nianji held back and didn't make a move because she felt that although she had disagreements with the Tans, it hadn't reached the level of a deep hatred. As long as she achieved her goal of dealing with Gu Yanran, and Tan Dongbang had already become the Prime Minister who was impeached as soon as he took office, there was no need to be ruthless. It was enough to teach him a lesson. She didn't expect that in a moment of soft-heartedness, Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Tan Guiren would actually think otherwise. To be honest, Gu Nianji had been suppressing her anger ever since she saw Hua Xiaoheng take Tan Guiren off the plane with Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Tan Guiren's family. They had used their high and mighty positions to use all sorts of methods to destroy her love, destroy her faith, and now they wanted to erase her personality and dignity. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. This time, they had touched her bottom line, and Gu Nianji knew she had nowhere to retreat. She had the courage and valiance that had been cultivated from following Hua Xiaoheng for so many years. This was the quality that a qualified soldier should have. She had spent her entire adolescence with these iron-blooded soldiers, so it was inevitable that she would be subtly influenced by them. She thought that if Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang still refused to admit their mistakes and resign, and still wanted to fight a lawsuit to create public opinion, she would definitely accompany them to the end this time. Scrolling through her phone, Gu Nianji saw that the number of votes for her petition was steadily increasing. She yawned and placed her phone next to her pillow, planning to sleep. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's private car had just stopped in front of his official residence. "Hello, Chief." The guards at the entrance of the official residence immediately saluted Hua Xiaoheng as he got out of the car. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." He strolled into his official residence. He had been gone for half a month. Although he had often gone on missions in the past, he had never been as eager to return as he was now. Hu Xiaoheng walked into the entryway and looked at the brightly lit foyer. He passed through the living room and walked towards the spiral staircase. Gu Nianji and his room were on the second floor. He stood in front of Gu Nianji's door for a while and saw that the lights inside had already dimmed. He decided to go back to take a shower and change his clothes before visiting her. He had been at the grassroots level for more than 10 days. Although he showered and changed his clothes every day, he always felt travel-worn after such a long journey. He quickly took a shower in the bathroom and came out. Hu Xiaoheng changed into a clean long black t-shirt and camouflage military pants before going to Gu Nianji's suite. There was always a dim yellow night light in her bedroom. Hu Xiaoheng came to stand in front of her bed and didn't say anything when Gu Nianji suddenly opened her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng thought she was awake, but she only glanced at him. Her gaze was unfocused as she mumbled, "I'm dreaming again." Then she turned over and went back to sleep. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His hard and cold heart suddenly softened to an unbelievable degree. It was the 5th update for the alliance leader of Yunhan Yuqin. Chapter 988. Thinking about it carefully, over all these years, there were only a handful of times when his heart had softened, but every time, it seemed to have something to do with this little girl named Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng bent down and very gently pulled up the blanket that had fallen down from turning over for Gu Nianji. His slightly cold fingers accidentally slid across Gu Nianji's neck. It was as if there was an electric current, and a tingling sensation passed through his fingertips and seeped into her skin. Gu Nianji opened her eyes again. This time, she was really awake. She suddenly turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng's incomparably handsome silhouette. The dim yellow night light shone from behind him, setting his silhouette with a dark golden background. Every inch was impeccable. Gu Nianji's eyes were still sleepy, and she murmured sleepily, "You're back." "I'm back." Hu Xiaoheng's voice was even more magnetic and deep. He naturally lifted the blanket and slept with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. By the time she reacted, Hu Xiaoheng had already hugged her in his arms and was sleeping on his side next to her in the most comfortable position. One arm automatically went under her neck and pillowed her head. Gu Nianji's mind was still a bit hazy. She couldn't tell if it was his left or right arm, but she still remembered that his right arm had been injured not long ago. She quickly raised her head with difficulty and refused to use his arm as a pillow. "It'll hurt you." Hu Xiaoheng kissed her cheek. "It's fine. It's already healed." Reaching out, he pressed her head down and placed it back on his arm. Gu Nianji stopped struggling because the familiar person and the familiar scent was by her side. The unprecedented sense of security once again made her let go of the vigilance she always carried. Drowsiness surged, and Gu Nianji fell into a deep sleep. Hu Xiaoheng thought about what happened that day, especially the sensational hype on the internet, as well as the 5-minute high-definition video. He originally wanted to ask if it had anything to do with Gu Nianji. But seeing how tired she was, he didn't ask again. Anyway, what did it matter if she was the one who did it? There must be a reason why she had to do it, so he would ask tomorrow. Not only were the cabinet and the Senate paying attention to the commotion on the internet, but the military was also watching. Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji had found out about this when they were in the military base. At that time, General Ji had discussed with Hu Xiaoheng whether they should get the Special Operations Forces to investigate who did it. They didn't want to seek justice for Prime Minister Tan, but they couldn't be kept in the dark and not even know who did it. Hu Xiaoheng did not agree at the time. His reason was that this was a domestic matter, and there was currently no indication that this matter was related to foreign forces, so it was not convenient for the Special Operations Forces to intervene. He also reminded General G that the cabinet had a Secret Service department, which was similar to the Special Operations Forces. The difference was that the Secret Service department was in charge of domestic affairs, unlike the Special Operations Forces, whose scope of authority was overseas. This big incident that happened on Weibo would definitely require the Secret Service to investigate. Besides, it was the head of the cabinet who was involved in the accident. Whether it was emotional or personal, the Secret Service should be the vanguard. General G felt that it made sense, so he didn't bring it up again. Actually, as soon as Hu Xiaoheng saw the video, he could roughly guess who did it. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaoheng smiled. He touched his lips to Gu Nianji's forehead and fell asleep with her. When the two of them woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning on the 15th of the Lunar New Year. The official residence was quiet. The thick, soundproof, milky yellow, gold velvet curtains with white polka dots hung low to block out the light and sound from the outside world. When Gu Nianji woke up, her mind went blank for a second before she snapped back to reality. She tilted her head to see the man sleeping soundly beside her. Gu Nianji's gaze couldn't help but be drawn to his long, thick, and dense eyelashes. They were like two soul-stirring arcs that covered his handsome face. Gu Nianji couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Hu Xiaoheng's long eyelashes. However, as soon as her hand touched them, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly opened his eyes. Gu Nianji sheepishly retracted her hand and instinctively found an excuse. "Let me see if they are fake eyelashes." After saying that, she shut her mouth tightly, regretting that she had spoken without thinking. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. What was she trying to do by coming up with such a ridiculous excuse? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand and placed it in front of his eyelashes. "Feel it yourself." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Fine." Her fingers curled slightly and quickly touched Hu Xiaoheng's long eyelashes. Her pale fingertips felt like they were being pricked by fine needles. Of course, it didn't hurt or itch, but there was a presence that couldn't be ignored. Just like him, there was a needle hidden in silk floss. "Is it fake?" Hu Xiaoheng chuckled quietly and kissed Gu Nianji's cheeks, which were already as red as a little apple. "No." Gu Nianji buried herself in his arms. "I was just saying casually. Do you have to take it so seriously?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't reply. He lifted her head from his arms and held the back of her neck to give her a long and deep kiss. She didn't know if it was because the dopamine emitted by hormones made people feel good, but even when lovers woke up in the morning and were intimate, they didn't notice each other's smell. Gu Nianji was actually very nervous in this area, but because it was Hu Xiaoheng, she didn't think it was inappropriate. Before the kiss ended, Gu Nianji could already feel the tension under Hu Xiaoheng's body. She was so nervous that she didn't move, afraid that she would further stimulate Hu Xiaoheng. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng didn't have to do it. He hugged Gu Nianji tenderly for a while, then got out of bed and went to his room to wash up. Gu Nianji finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up from the bed. She also went to the bathroom to wash up and change into a comfortable white cashmere sweater with a blue bear embroidered on the back. She let her half-dry hair down and went downstairs to the dining room for dinner. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the kitchen had prepared brunch for them. Gu Nianji went downstairs and saw many orderlies coming and going in the official residence. Only then did she realize that the spring festival was over, and the soldiers on vacation had also come back to work. "Good morning, Miss Gu." "Good morning. Happy New Year." "It's pretty good. I just came back from my hometown." "Thank you, Miss Gu." "Miss Gu, I brought some pecans from my hometown. I've already shared some with my comrades. There's still a bag left, just for you." A younger orderly walked over with a small cloth bag and stammered as he spoke to Gu Nianji. It was always good to be remembered and cared for. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and accepted it with a smile. Thank you. I really like pecans. She wanted to pay, but the young soldier had already run away happily. He only said, if you like it, I'll bring more for you next time. Gu Nianji was speechless. After thinking about it, she took the pecans back to her suite and went to the small fridge to pick out a large box of Godiva chocolates. She went downstairs to the orderly's duty room and immediately saw the young soldier working in front of the computer. Gu Nianji walked in and placed the box of chocolates on his table. She smiled. Thank you for the pecans. Try my chocolate. It's delicious too. The young soldier looked up in surprise to see Gu Nianji smiling sweetly. He couldn't help blushing and wanted to refuse, but when he saw Gu Nianji's large, hopeful eyes looking at him encouragingly, he instinctively took the exquisite box of chocolates and looked at it. Godiva. This chocolate is very expensive. My sister loves it. He exclaimed in surprise. Okay, I still have some. If you like it, I'll give you 2 more boxes. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded at him before walking out of the orderly's duty room. When they sat down in the dining room, Hu Xiaoheng put down the newspaper in his hand and asked calmly, where are the pecans? Gu Nianji was speechless. I just happened to pass by and saw them. Hu Xiaoheng slowly poured milk for Gu Nianji. I'll peel them for you. Gu Nianji remembered how she used to smash the pecans with a small hammer when she used to eat them. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzi saw this and each took a pile. They used their fingers to crush the skin of the pecans as if they were practicing their strength. Gu Nianji missed the days when Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were also here. Hu Xiao, when is brother Xiong coming back? Gu Nianji knew Yin Shixiang was home on vacation, so she could ask. Zhao Liangzi was on a mission, so she didn't ask him anything. Soon. Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile. He poured maple syrup on the pancake made in the kitchen and pushed it to Gu Nianji. Today's brunch was Western food. As usual, Hu Xiaoheng had steak in front of him, but today it was Chinese charcoal grilled steak. Gu Nianji had pancake, milk, and scrambled eggs. Not long after they started eating, they heard Yin Shixiang shouting. Hu Xiao! Hu Xiao! What's going on? I've been worried all day and night. Yin Shixiang rushed into the dining room and froze when he saw Gu Nianji there. Hu Xiaoheng elegantly raised his wine glass at him. Big Xiong, have you had lunch? No, just in time. Give me the same thing, Yin Shixiang said to the orderly at the door. The orderly immediately went to the kitchen, and Yin Shixiang sat down next to Gu Nianji. He originally wanted to ask about his marriage report being rejected and rewritten, but seeing Gu Nianji there, he instinctively changed the topic. What do you mean, what's going on? Hu Xiaoheng asked slowly. Yin Shixiang's Adam's apple bobbed. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and said, it's on Weibo. It's such a big deal. Our Prime Minister. TSK, this is really an international joke. Gu Nianji's hand shook, and the golden syrup on the pancake flowed onto the white bone china plate in front of her. This was the 6th update, sent to the leader of the _Sing Alliance. Chapter 989. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. You don't like pancakes? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. It's pretty good, but the maple syrup is a bit too sweet. She took a bite of the pancake. The golden syrup-coated pancake and scrambled eggs combined to taste as delicious as an omelette. It was indeed delicious. Hu Xiaoheng picked up a napkin and casually wiped a bit of syrup from her lips. Yin Shixiang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He suddenly asked, Nianji, where did you spend New Year's? Gu Nianji turned to look at him and raised a brow. Here. Why? Yin Shixiang nodded and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. He secretly gave him a thumbs up. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and said dryly, Little Zhe is out on a mission. Nianji is helping us here and contacting Little Zhe. She was taught by Little Zhe, so the two of them can work together more efficiently. So that's how it is. Yin Shixiang instantly felt that he had misunderstood. He had spent New Year's like he was soaking in honey. His vigilance and acuity had greatly decreased. Yin Shixiang felt a bit guilty when he thought of Zhao Liangzi, who had been sent to the Cape of Good Hope in Africa for bullying Hua Xiaoheng. He was happy, but he felt guilty for letting his brothers do all the work. He quickly sat up and said to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, can I come back now? Don't you want to rest a bit longer? Hua Xiaoheng put down his knife and fork and down the red wine. Why don't you come back after you have a son? No. It's okay. Yin Shixiang quickly waved his hand. We have to take it step by step. We just proposed. He chuckled. Gu Nianji also smiled. She thought Brother Xiong's sweet expression was very interesting. Hua Xiaoheng, however, thought Yin Shixiang's smile was annoying. Brother Xiong, I saw your proposal with Chi-Chi. It was so beautiful. Chi-Chi was very touched. Gu Nianji noticed Hua Xiaoheng's cold attitude towards Yin Shixiang and quickly changed the topic. Yin Shixiang rubbed the back of his head and said dreamily, I think it's pretty good too. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with this idea. That diamond ring is also very pretty. Gu Nianji pointed at the middle finger of her right hand. Chi-Chi will look very good wearing it. Yin Shixiang smiled. Chi-Chi has already returned to school. Oh right, now that you've graduated, will Chi-Chi be living alone? The school will probably arrange a new roommate for her. Gu Nianji also missed living with Ma Chi-Chi. She was her good friend. The two of them were having a friendly conversation about Ma Chi-Chi's roommates, but Hua Xiaoheng seemed out of place by himself. He didn't pay much attention to it. He had just finished the remaining charcoal grilled steak when he heard his phone ring. He put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. What's up? Chief, General Ji is on the phone. Connect it. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and returned to his suite upstairs. Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang were having a heated conversation, so no one followed Hua Xiaoheng upstairs. They also knew that he had gone to deal with official business. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't call for them, they couldn't follow. Returning to the suite on the second floor, Hua Xiaoheng walked into his study and closed the door. He turned on his computer and began a video call with General Ji. General Ji, what's going on? Xiaoheng, do you know about what happened on Weibo last night? General Ji's expression was very serious. There was no one behind him. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. What is it? What did the Secret Service say about this? The Secret Service is currently investigating. Apparently, Weibo was hacked yesterday, but the method was so clever that no traces were left behind. Also, Weibo's global server restarted the backup data and directly erased a lot of direct clues. They're also having a headache. Hua Xiaoheng was silent. Was there a loss of national secrets? Not really. General Ji laughed at Hua Xiaoheng's words and said humorously, of course, if the Prime Minister's private affairs are considered national secrets, then it is indeed a leak. Hua Xiaoheng laughed and leaned back on the tall swivel chair. Then what are you worried about? You didn't see the news. General Ji froze. I thought you knew. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly embarrassed. He had slept with Gu Nianji last night, so he felt very secure. He had actually overslept. However, his expression didn't change as he casually turned on the wall-mounted TV in the study to take a look. Every channel was discussing yesterday's Weibo incident. Other than the 5-minute short movie, there was another matter that was the focus of all the major TV stations, media outlets, and the internet. Someone had started a vote to ask Prime Minister Tan to admit his mistake and resign. There were already tens of millions of shares and hundreds of millions of likes and support. With such a scale of data on the internet, Kai Song'in's water army had been completely drowned in the sea of people. Not even a shadow could be seen. What was public opinion? This was public opinion. Lincoln once said that you could fool everyone for a certain amount of time, or you could fool a portion of the people all the time, but you couldn't fool everyone all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time. Timon saw the tide fool all the people all the time. Tan Dongbang had appeared as a dark horse in the election. For someone like that to win the election, he had to have a noble and perfect persona in order to gain the voters' approval in a short period of time and defeat the political veterans. Once this persona collapsed in the eyes of the voters, the backlash would be very quick. In other words, they would hate you as much as they loved you at the time when they found out you had lied to them. People who didn't have a solid foundation and only wanted to rely on crooked methods to reach the top would often discover that the higher they climbed, the harder they fell. Tan Dongbang having an affair in his marriage wasn't particularly bad for a prime minister, but the Huaxia citizens couldn't tolerate his affair with a Japanese person who was suspected of being a spy. This was also why even elderly people who didn't go online often followed their grandchildren to vote online. Xiaoheng, did you see that? Even our military and the Senate can't ignore the popularity of this kind of post. General Ji spread his hands. Old Long already called me this morning, and we discussed it for a whole 2 hours. From General Ji's words, Hu Xiaoheng knew that these two big shots must have reached some kind of agreement. General Ji, go ahead and I'll listen. If there's anything you need me to do, I'll do it immediately. Hu Xiaoheng expressed his unconditional acceptance. Okay. General Ji nodded. It's like this. Old Long also called Tan Dongbang this morning and hoped that he could make a gesture. It would be best if he could admit his mistake and resign. Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows. He refused. Ha, you know Tan Dongbang very well. General Ji laughed mockingly. Yes, he refused. He said that he was framed and that the entire video was fake. Someone was messing with him, so he refused to step down. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and clicked on a program with the mouse in his hand. And then Old Long said that since he refused to resign, then there's nothing they can do. Today, which is right now, the upper and lower houses of the Senate are holding an emergency meeting to vote on the issue of dissolving the cabinet and restarting the emergency election. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit surprised. Dissolving the cabinet. Restarting the election. Is there enough time? Regardless of whether there's enough time, we can't allow someone with Tan Dongbang's image to sit in the position of Prime Minister. Don't forget that according to our nation's constitution, the Prime Minister is the head of the country. General Ji's voice was very heavy. Did your Special Operations Forces not receive any news? Actually, Hu Xiaoheng had received news yesterday that Tan Dongbang's short video had already been downloaded by countless countries' media and intelligence agencies. This was, of course, a devastating blow to the national image of the head of the Huaxia Empire. So he had to step down. Only when he stepped down would the short video in the other party's hands become worthless. Because the only valuable part of this short video was Tan Dongbang's identity as the Huaxia Empire's prime minister. If he was just a normal person, who would care about this short video? Just like I said earlier, I don't think Prime Minister Tan's short video is a national secret. So even if foreign intelligence agencies obtain it, it's not worth it for us to mobilize our field personnel to take action. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't hide the disdain in his voice. General Ji nodded. Okay, he won't be our prime minister very soon. The two of them were talking when Secretary Chao suddenly walked in and bent down to whisper something to General Ji. General G beamed and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "All right, the upper and lower houses of the Senate just voted unanimously to dissolve the cabinet and restart the election. I think Bai Jianqing is really going to be the prime minister this time." Because the election had been restarted, there weren't many qualified people. Bai Jianqing, who had just narrowly lost to Tan Dongbang, was definitely a popular candidate. It was the 7th chapter. Today, there were 7 chapters in a row. Flipping forward, there were a total of 7 chapters and 20,000 words. You can vote for your monthly and recommendation votes now. P.S. Today is Monday, don't forget to recommend your votes. It's already the end of the month, and important things have to be said 3 times. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Chapter 990. Hu Xiaoheng didn't have any opinion on who the prime minister was. As long as it was elected and the voters supported it, he would support it. General G, I understand. Since the election has been restarted, I will have the Special Operations Forces field personnel around the world pay attention to the local VIPs. I won't let them disrupt the election. This was Hu Xiaoheng's responsibility and the reason General G had specifically sought him out today. General G was very satisfied that Hu Xiaoheng knew what to do without the need to say it. Okay, I'll leave the outside matters to you. Next, to prevent any accidents, the military will mobilize a group of reserve personnel to monitor the election and voting situation in various places. Last time, they used the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room to monitor the election and voting. This time, Old Long wants you to help monitor it again. General G picked up the Kung Fu teacup on the desk with a smile and took a sip of the fragrant De Hong Pao tea. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. You want to use the Central Control Room? Then I'll be clear. This time, only my people can monitor it. The people outside, whether it's the Senate, the Cabinet, or the military's 5 major military regions, can't interfere. That's for sure. General G agreed immediately. Last time, it was a mess of people who entered the Central Control Room. After Hu Xiaoheng came back, he carried out a major purge. Even now, there were still many people locked up in the military police. They couldn't be released without clarifying the situation. That's good. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Then please sign a special order with Speaker Long, and I'll make the arrangements immediately. Hu Xiaoheng knew that he had to follow the rules when doing things in the country. He had to follow the necessary procedures, and he had to ask for the necessary proof. General G had already prepared it. He took it out for him to see and smiled. I'll have Secretary Chow send it to you. Can you rest assured now? General G, you must be joking. I'm just trying to shut other people up. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and looked at his watch. It was already noon. The news is starting. I'm going to get someone to deploy the reserve troops. Since we've decided to restart the election, we only have a week to prepare in case of emergency. General G picked up his military cap and put it on. Xiaoheng, I'll leave the foreign affairs to you. Don't worry, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and gave a standard military salute. General G's video call was quickly cut off. Hu Xiaoheng turned on the wall-mounted TV in the study and saw that all the TV stations had interrupted their normal broadcasts to broadcast the Senate special decision live. He thought for a moment, pressed the intercom, and said to the orderly outside, "Ask Colonel Yin and Miss Gu to come to my study." The orderly responded loudly and quickly ran downstairs to the dining room to call Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji up. Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji walked in one after the other. The two of them seemed to be in a good mood as they chatted and laughed from time to time. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at them and said dryly, "Close the door." Yin Shixiang quickly closed the study door and asked in surprise, "Hu Xiao, what's the matter?" "Yeah, I'll watch TV." Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands together and leaned back in the tall, soft chair. Gu Nianji, they looked at each other, unsure of what Hua Xiaoheng was up to. Sit. Why are you standing? Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the two swivel chairs in front of his desk. Important breaking news. Oh. Yin Shixiang's heart tightened, and he stopped laughing. Is it related to Prime Minister Tan's incident? Hua Xiaoheng grunted, but his eyes quickly swept over Gu Nianji's face. Gu Nianji's expression was very calm. If it weren't for her butterfly-like eyelashes that trembled almost imperceptibly, even Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have been able to see the anxiety in her heart. Of course, Yin Shixiang didn't notice anything strange at all. He smiled as he sat down on the swivel chair on the left and waved at Gu Nianji. Come, Nianji. Sit here. Gu Nianji smiled as she sat down on the swivel chair on the right. At that moment, the huge wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall began to show the image of the Senate. In the glorious and resplendent hall of the Senate, the seats were arranged in a fan shape from low to high, surrounding the small podium in front of them. The white-haired, ruddy Speaker Long wore a black tuxedo with a snow-white bow tie. He stood behind the podium and began to speak with a serious expression. Ladies and gentlemen present, and the vast television audience of the nation, hello. On behalf of the upper and lower houses of the Hua Xia Imperial Parliament, I would like to first wish the people of the nation a happy Lantern Festival. There was a loud clatter, and waves of enthusiastic applause rang out in the Senate Hall. Speaker Long's expression softened, and he paused to wait for the applause to quiet down before continuing. I'm sure everyone already knows about what happened last night, so I won't repeat it here. What I want to emphasize is that we will definitely pursue the instigator of this incident to the end and use legal means to protect the interests of the nation and its people. However, due to the huge international and domestic impact this incident has caused, as well as the conclusion reached after careful technical verification, we are certain that Mr. Tan Dongbang no longer has the qualifications and integrity to continue serving as our nation's Prime Minister. There was complete silence both inside and outside the TV. Not only the people of the nation, but people from all over the world were probably paying attention to this special meeting of the Hua Xia Imperial Parliament. Unfortunately, after discussion, Mr. Tan Dongbang refused to resign as Prime Minister of the Hua Xia Empire. Under these circumstances, in order to protect the dignity of our nation's leader and the dignity of our nation, the upper and lower houses of the parliament unanimously voted to authorize the dissolution of the cabinet and restart the general election after an emergency meeting this morning. As soon as Speaker Long finished speaking, Yin Shixiang jumped up and screamed, "What? Dissolve the cabinet? Doesn't that mean we won't have a government after the Lunar New Year? It's just dissolving the cabinet. How is that a government?" Gu Nianji glanced at Yin Shixiang calmly. Did you exclude the parliament and the military from the government? What I meant was, the administrative department, okay. A logician. Yin Shixiang glared at Gu Nianji. I was just saying. Do you have to be so serious? Can you just say something like that? Gu Nianji felt a bit guilty, so she didn't let Yin Shixiang off. This is a basic rule for national affairs. Don't paralyze the entire government just because you say something. Fine, I can't win against you in an argument. Yin Shixiang waved his hand angrily and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, what do you want me to do? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. As the Deputy Chief of the Special Operations Forces, inform our field personnel around the world. The operation code will be Nighthawks. Pay attention to the relevant local people and don't let anyone have the possibility of disrupting our general election. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang stood up and saluted before striding out. The door slammed shut, and the sound made Gu Nianji's heart tremble. She pursed her lips and slowly stood up. Smiling, she said, Hua Xiao, you're busy. I'll be going too. With that, she turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop her. He silently watched her open the door to the study and walk out. Not long after, he heard the door to the suite open and close outside. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the keyboard in front of him and typed 2 commands to check the network data of the official residence for the past 2 days. As he expected, the network data in Gu Nianji's suite was a bit abnormal. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the mouse and opened the surveillance program to take a closer look. Gu Nianji had connected to the external system from the Special Operations Force's intranet. Although it was difficult to find out what she had done after she went out, it was still possible to see her first destination. At least, what did Gu Nianji need to access the server of a library in a small town in Europe from the internet? Hua Xiaoheng's hands flew across the keyboard as he quietly erased all traces of Gu Nianji's online activity from last night. After turning off the computer, Hua Xiaoheng went to Gu Nianji's suite. The living room of the small suite was quiet. The curtains were closed silently, and the sun shone through the snow-white curtains. Dust particles could be seen dancing in the light. The bedroom door was open, and Hua Xiaoheng walked in. Gu Nianji was concentrating on typing program after program on the computer. Hua Xiaoheng came up behind her and bent down to prop his arms on the desk in front of Gu Nianji. He pulled her into his arms and asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji was so scared that her whole body trembled and she almost jumped up. Hua Xiaoheng reacted quickly and pressed down on her shoulders to sit down. Only then did she not bump her head against Hua Xiaoheng's chin. "Let go of me." Gu Nianji moved her shoulders uncomfortably and wanted to escape from Hua Xiaoheng's grasp. "What if I say no?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and gently brushed his cheek against Gu Nianji's earlobe. Half of Gu Nianji's body went numb, but she was too scared to feel this unusual touch. "What are you doing here?" "I still have something to do." Gu Nianji tried her best to speak calmly, but her voice trembled slightly at the end to show her true feelings. Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at her and sighed softly. He reached out with his large, warm hands to hold both of Gu Nianji's hands. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not." Gu Nianji pretended to be relaxed and forced a smile. Her plump, curvy lips curled up, but the dimples at the corners of her lips didn't show. Hua Xiaoheng still maintained his posture and held both of her hands. He looked at her silently until he saw a crystal bead of sweat drip from the corner of her forehead. He could imagine how much mental pressure she was under. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and kissed her cheek. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine." What? What could happen? Gu Nianji was about to cry. She couldn't understand how Hua Xiaoheng knew she was the one who did it. She had clearly erased all traces of it. "Nianji, you can trust me." Hua Xiaoheng's arms tightened and he pulled her into his embrace from behind. "Tell me, what did you do?" This was the first update. There were 2 updates today, so let me rest for a day. I'll continue with the 3rd update tomorrow and start increasing the monthly votes. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The 2nd update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 991. Could she trust him? Gu Nianji thought about it anxiously. She wasn't afraid of Hua Xiaoheng scolding her, but she was worried that telling him would put him in a difficult position. Gu Nianji knew better than anyone else what kind of person Hua Xiaoheng was. In his heart, the country and the military were first, then his comrades and colleagues were second. Gu Nianji used to think that she was equal to Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, in 3rd place, but now she wasn't so sure. As for what she did yesterday, although she had a good reason and had vented her anger, she had indeed damaged the Hua Xia Empire's national image. When Tan Dongbang's video was circulating online, he was still the Hua Xia Empire's prime minister. In other words, the leader of the country had been completely destroyed by her. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. Also, because Gu Nianji's estate dispute had been closed previously, other than a few people, the public didn't know that Gu Yanran was Japanese. The name Kasahara Naoko had been specifically labeled in the video to ensure that Tan Dongbang would be removed from office. She had also included the Qiandu encyclopedia for people to search for her. Now that the public knew and were outraged, the higher-ups couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. Therefore, this incident was a slap in the face to many of the higher-ups who were on good terms with the Tan and Kai families. Especially those who voted against Tan Dongbang's impeachment and opposed his impeachment, they must hate her to the core now. This group of people originally made up the majority in the Senate. If they knew that this incident had something to do with Gu Nianji, they might blame it on Hua Xiaoheng. When Gu Nianji was hesitating, Hua Xiaoheng stared at her without blinking, trying to figure out what she was thinking. "Nianji, what are you worried about?" Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up and sat on her swivel chair. Hugging her on his lap, he held Gu Nianji's hand in his and wanted to click on the mouse again, but Gu Nianji used all her strength to hold it down. Gritting her teeth, her pretty little face was pink. Because she was nervous, she was like a pink glutinous rice ball that had just come out of the pot. It was sweet and delicious with a touch of red. Hua Xiaoheng was worried that her ignorance would cause big trouble, but he also knew that she wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. Therefore, he wanted to know why. Why did she do this? After waiting for a long time, Gu Nianji still didn't speak. She turned to look at the corner of the bedroom. There was a long and slender plum vase placed under a rosewood floor lamp stand that was as tall as a person. There was no flower arrangement. It stood there like a still painting. Hua Xiaoheng changed his question. "Nianji, why did you Photoshop Kai Songyin as well?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of Gu Nianji's hand and stopped trying to click the mouse. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and moved her wrist, which was stiff from Hua Xiaoheng's grip. Her gaze wandered as she said, "How would I know? Anyway, you're still arguing with me." Hua Xiaoheng pinched Gu Nianji's elegant little nose and turned her around. The corners of his lips curved slightly. "The soundtrack is pretty good." Gu Nianji, she couldn't help but curl her lips and secretly want to laugh. "Why are you connecting to the server of a library in a small town in Europe?" Hua Xiaoheng asked again. He felt Gu Nianji's entire body tremble. He held her waist. "Can you tell me now?" "I've already erased all traces of you going online." Gu Nianji jerked her head up, her large, black eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "What? You erased all traces of me going online?" Did he know what he was doing? Hua Xiaoheng wanted to laugh at Gu Nianji's shock, but he also felt a bit sad. It was true that he was very strict with her, but he never wanted her to have to deal with it alone when she was in trouble. However, he also knew that ever since the incident in Germany, Gu Nianji's unreserved and unconditional trust in him had disappeared. If it had been in the past, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have had to waste time to ask. Gu Nianji would have babbled about the entire incident herself and then proudly asked him for kisses and hugs. However, Gu Nianji's heart was a complete mess. She was like a castle after the end of the world with broken tiles and walls everywhere. She never thought that this time, Hua Xiaoheng would actually not sternly lecture her and hand her over. Instead, he would help her deal with the aftermath. Did he know that by doing this, he would become her accomplice? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly. After a while, he frowned and said solemnly, "Nianji, if you don't want to say it, then I'll guess, okay? Gu Nianji, why did you choose to upload the video last night? Is it because of what happened last night that you want to make the first move?" Gu Nianji. Was what happened last night too much for you to bear? Gu Nianji, QAQ. Was it related to me? Gu Nianji, oh, asterisk. Oh, it seemed like she couldn't hide it anymore. However, she still denied it. No. It had nothing to do with you. However, when he saw Gu Nianji's large, jade-like eyes suddenly narrow, Hu Xiaoheng knew he guessed right. It really had something to do with me. Otherwise, why are you so nervous about denying it? At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng felt an indescribable feeling and impulse in his heart. His blood rushed through his veins, and his body swelled. It was like his heart was full of love and joy that could no longer be contained and was about to spill out at any moment. However, other than his slightly heavy breathing, he didn't show it at all. He sat there quietly and looked at the girl in his arms. Even though she said she didn't love him anymore, she still didn't hesitate to stand by his side when it came to matters related to him and fight for him. This little girl who had grown up with him had a kind of fearless courage that made him addicted. Gu Nianji looked up and murmured, "They're too despicable." It was really for him. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her all of a sudden and quickly undid her clothes in his hands. He carried her and threw her onto the bed. Gu Nianji flopped around on the bed like a little white fish and was turned over and over again by him. She became his meal, and he ate to his heart's content. When they were done, Gu Nianji felt like her waist was about to break. Hu Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to clean up. Gu Nianji laid on the pillow and scolded him, "Don't fold me in half next time. My waist is about to break in half." Hu Xiaoheng felt his body heat up as soon as he heard this. He looked up and sighed softly, then said calmly, "If you keep talking, I won't be able to control myself again." Gu Nianji was speechless. She narrowed her eyes as she watched this strapping man calmly put on his clothes and said word by word, "Major General Hu, are you blaming me?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and sat on the edge of the bed. "Where does it hurt?" "I'll rub it for you." "Thanks." Gu Nianji rolled away wrapped in the blankets. "I'm going to fall apart if you rub it again." Actually, Gu Nianji was only stating facts and didn't have any intention of seducing him. However, Hu Xiaoheng felt like every word she said was seducing him. This girl was getting more and more capable. Hu Xiaoheng sat back on the sofa beside the bed and crossed his legs. He sighed and suddenly said, "How are they despicable?" Gu Nianji wanted to pretend to be asleep and didn't move at all. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his hands. "Do you want to fold me in half again? If you don't tell me, I'll take it that you want to." Gu Nianji. Her entire body was sore as hell. She turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and whispered, "I'll tell you." "You can't be angry." "Why do you think I'll be angry?" Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in a rush to ask for the reason now. He felt that it was more important to understand Gu Nianji's psychological state. Gu Nianji looked down and shrunk further into the bed with the blankets wrapped around her. After stammering for a while, she finally said weakly, "Kai Songyin found someone to write about you and me." I was 12 years old. Even though Hu Xiaoheng was experienced and knowledgeable, he didn't expect this to be the reason. He frowned. Was it that blogger? He remembered that after watching the video yesterday, he had also looked up the original blogger and found out that he was a terrible writer for new media. Therefore, he was certain that this person's Weibo account had been hacked. He really didn't expect that there was a reason his account had been hacked. This original blogger wasn't innocent. Gu Nianji grunted and nodded like she was pounding garlic. "How did you know?" Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly. This was the question he was most concerned about. How did Gu Nianji know that Kai Songyin had hired someone to do this kind of thing? Gu Nianji blushed and mumbled. "I thought it was a bit weird that you suddenly became an internet celebrity, so I made a search program and put it on Weibo to see if there were any strange phenomena." Then she found the novel that had just been uploaded. It became a logical thing to do. Gu Nianji whispered, "But you don't have to worry. I've deleted all the texts, and I've reformatted that person's computer. I've also searched the entire internet, but there's no backup in the cloud mailbox. That person might still remember some phrases, but I think Kai Song-yin will make him shut up. Hu Xiaoheng was both angry and amused when he heard this. This little trick was quite thorough. He quietly listened to Gu Nianji finish speaking and looked up at her calmly to praise her. Well done, Gu Nianji. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Even the bright sunlight shining in through the white gauze curtains couldn't outshine their beauty. They were so dazzling and bright, like the first splash of fresh green and pink in spring. They carried the scent of spring. Not only did he not scold or blame her, but he even praised her. It was different from what she had imagined. Gu Nianji sat up wrapped in the blankets and moved a few steps in Hu Xiaoheng's direction. Her eyes sparkled. Really? You're really praising me? Yeah. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his legs. But there are still areas that can be improved. Don't be too proud. But I really damaged the nation's image. Gu Nianji wanted to be remorseful, but her beautiful curvy lips curled up on their own. She couldn't suppress it no matter what. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said gently, I don't see it the same way as them on this. I never thought that Tan Dongbang could represent our nation's image. This is the second update. Let me rest for a day and continue with the third update tomorrow. I'll start adding more monthly votes. Let me remind you about the recommendation tickets and monthly votes. P.S. The Major General now has 2 groups. One is a group with official subscriptions. The group number is 146941331. Full subscriptions are required to enter the group, and the administrator will verify your fan value. Recently, another group for the Major General was opened. Readers who don't know their fan value can join the group first. There's no need to verify their fan value. The group number of the double core group is 6577939292. Chapter 992. Oh. Really? Gu Nianji became suspicious. You're not saying this to comfort me, are you? I don't joke about this kind of thing. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm as usual. From the first time Kai Song-yin took the initiative to upload Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran's video online, I stopped treating him as the leader of the country. Although Kai Song-yin had blurred out the man and the surrounding scenes in the video, Hu Xiaoheng and the others had the original. Once this kind of thing was uploaded online, the consequences weren't something you could bear. Even without Gu Nianji, someone else would restore the image. Tan Dongbang's personal image was long gone, let alone the image of the country he represented. So last night, Hu Xiaoheng had already refused to help Tan Dongbang clean up the aftermath before he knew it had anything to do with Gu Nianji. He wasn't a saint. Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin had set him up once and almost caused him to lose the most important person in his life. He would remember it for the rest of his life. He was already giving face to the military and the country by not taking the initiative to slap them in the face. Now that Gu Nianji had helped him vent his anger, he couldn't be happier. Who cared if Tan Dongbang's face would bleed? However, Gu Nianji didn't need to know about this. Hu Xiaoheng was still a bit worried that Gu Nianji didn't hold back and hurt herself. So his expression was very serious, and his gaze was like lightning. Gu Nianji didn't dare to raise her head again and make a confession in front of him. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her quietly for a while before hearing Gu Nianji say quietly, I was already very careful. It's not as serious as you say. No. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and folded his hands behind his back in front of Gu Nianji's bed. His tall figure was against the light, and his majestic aura couldn't be looked at directly. Gu Nianji readily accepted his advice. I've never thought of myself as the best in the world. Hu Xiaoheng extended his right index finger. First, you know it's good to use a proxy to go online, but don't forget that any proxy will leave traces when going out from my network. So you have to learn to bypass the local surveillance first. She had indeed neglected this point, which was why Hu Xiaoheng had discovered it. Gu Nianji quickly nodded in acknowledgement. I don't have many opportunities to be a hacker. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. You're still doing it. Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He scolded her sternly, do you know how lucky you were this time? Last time in Germany, they underestimated your ability, so they let you into the internal network to exploit a loophole. This time, I will deal with the aftermath for you. But you can't do it more than 3 times. Don't even think about having a 3rd time, because you won't be so lucky again. Gu Nianji gaped in shock. She didn't know what to do with Hu Xiaoheng's lecture. Hu Xiaoheng's attitude changed too quickly. For the first time, Gu Nianji understood the difference between professional face slapping and amateur face slapping. I'm not scolding you because you shouldn't have done it. I'm scolding you for not being careful enough. Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward. Also, if you don't want to do it, then don't give the other party any leeway. Don't think that Kai Songyin will shut the original blogger up. Instead, she'll make him talk and tell her their original plan. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. No way. She's that crazy. Tan Dongbang's cabinet has already been dissolved, and the interim election will be held next week. Kai Songyin will go crazy if Tan Dongbang loses. She won't be Kai Songyin if she doesn't drag us down with her. Hu Xiaoheng took a step forward coldly. So think about how you can stop the original blogger from talking. Gu Nianji was so scared that her entire body went haywire. She quickly lunged forward and sprawled on the bed. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's thigh and begged, Hu Xiao. Don't. I beg you. Although that person is despicable, he doesn't deserve to die. Don't make a mistake. I can turn myself in. Hu Xiaoheng was so angry that he laughed. He looked down at Gu Nianji, who was sprawled on the bed and hugging his thigh. She had completely forgotten about him. What did you think I was going to do? You. Didn't you tell him to shut up? Gu Nianji murmured. What kind of person would shut up? Only a dead person, didn't they always do that on TV? Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the ceiling and suddenly said, Stop watching those boring TV shows. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng took a snow-white wool blanket and wrapped it around Gu Nianji. He said calmly, In your heart, am I that kind of person? Gu Nianji obediently let him wrap her up and shook her head rapidly. Of course not. Then what did you mean just now? I was out of my mind just now. Gu Nianji admitted honestly. She reached out from under the wool blanket and gently tugged on the corner of Hu Xiaoheng's shirt. Hu Xiao, teach me. How can I make that original blogger shut up? Of course, she didn't want to destroy him physically. Think about it yourself. Hu Xiaoheng pushed her hand away. If you don't want to add to your crime, what do you need to do? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. I know. Hu Xiao is amazing. Her beautiful curvy lips curved into a perfect angle for a kiss. Hu Xiaoheng resisted the urge to lower his head and kiss her again. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and left without saying another word. Gu Nianji sprawled on the bed and thought for a while. She put on her clothes and sat in front of the computer. She opened Weibo and was instantly shocked by the wave of restarting the election. Her alternate account that she used to initiate the vote also had tens of thousands of fans. Gu Nianji blushed and pursed her lips. She quietly opened another alternate account. Hackers loved having countless alternate accounts the most. She still used a proxy when she logged into Weibo this time. However, after Hu Xiaoheng's reminder, Gu Nianji was very careful to avoid the local surveillance. She had to admit that the surveillance of the Special Operations Forces, especially the network surveillance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, was as complicated as a spider's web cave. She was still dizzy after studying it for a long time. In the end, she finally resorted to trickery and used the method that Zhao Liangzi had taught her to avoid the local surveillance. She used a proxy and then circled around to Weibo. It took him almost 20 minutes to complete the set. She looked at her watch and raced to the original blogger's Weibo account to research his 2 true fans. In the end, she hacked into the account to see the IP address of the 2 true fans, and immediately gave up. These 2 fans were actually the original blogger's sock puppet, so there was no need for her to pretend to be true fans. She looked again and saw that the original blogger was online. Gu Nianji directly sent a private message to the original blogger as a passerby. "Blogger, I remember that I saw you post a very interesting essay here the other day. How come it's gone now?" The original blogger was feeling terrible and immediately replied, "How would I know? It was originally a short essay, but someone hacked the account and turned it into a video." Gu Nianji immediately replied, "Oh. How did that happen? I was wondering why I didn't have time at the time and didn't finish watching it. By the time I wanted to watch it, it was already gone." The original blogger sent a string of. Gu Nianji sent another private message. "Does the blogger still have any essays saved? Let me see it. I promise I won't leak it." The original blogger replied instantly. "My computer has already been formatted. How would I remember what I wrote?" Gu Nianji was both relieved and worried when the blogger said that. She was relieved that no one in the world would remember that disgusting essay anymore. She was worried that the blogger had no evidence and Kai Songyin and the others would use it against him. Gu Nianji was still pondering how to lead the conversation to this problem and didn't expect the blogger to take the initiative to private message her. Perhaps it was because he was under too much pressure and didn't dare say these things to people in real life, so he poured out his heart to a stranger on the internet. "You on Weibo, did you know? It was clearly someone else who contacted me, but now there's trouble and my account has been hacked. They actually want to sue me. Gu Nianji's sock puppet X. You on Weibo blogger, someone paid me to write that essay." Later, my account was hacked and the essay turned into a video. The Prime Minister and his wife in the video want to sue me. Gu Nianji's professional habits kicked in when she saw it. Gu Nianji's sock puppet X, huh? You want to be sued by the Prime Minister and his wife? Then what do you plan to do? Do you want to get a lawyer? Yuan Bo blogger, I don't have money. I can't afford a lawyer. Gu Nianji's sock puppet X, it can't be, right? If they really sue you and you don't hire a lawyer, you'll go to jail. Didn't you say someone paid you to write the essay? You didn't pay enough to hire a lawyer. Yuan Weibo blogger, smile. JPG, they only gave me the initial payment, not the rest. I've thought it through. Worst comes to worst, we'll just go our separate ways. No one can take advantage of me. They think I'm an idiot. I know the person who asked me to write the essay is an employee of the Prime Minister's wife's company. They're robbers crying thief, but I'm not easy to bully. Although he didn't remember what he wrote, he still remembered the outline and purpose that person gave him. Gu Nianji saw this and secretly admired Hu Xiaoheng for standing high and seeing far. As expected, Kai Songyin was using the excuse of suing the blogger to try to make the situation even worse. She still didn't let Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng off. Gu Nianji's sock puppet X, I sympathize with the blogger, but if you expose this, won't you offend not only the Prime Minister and his wife, but also the military? Is that necessary? Yuan Bo blogger was silent for a while before replying, I know, but I have nowhere else to go. Since he was going to die anyway, Yuan Bo blogger had to fight for himself no matter what, even if it meant slandering two innocent people. Anyway, since he was paid to write this kind of essay, there was no such thing as fairness and justice in his dictionary. This kind of person was extremely selfish. Kai Song-yin and her people found this kind of person because birds of a feather flock together. This was the first update. It was the third update today, so the monthly votes would start increasing. Let me remind you about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It should be the first update at 1 p.m., so the monthly votes would be 3,300 and 3,600. The third update would be at 7 p.m. Chapter 993. Gu Nianji keenly sensed that as long as Kai Song-yin and the others insisted on suing the original blogger, the blogger would have no choice but to expose the fact that someone paid him to write an article to smear Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's name. He would say that he was the scapegoat and had been framed. At that time, even if everyone knew that it was defamation and slander, once the outline and purpose of the article was released, the onlookers' attention would be successfully diverted. Gu Nianji was furious and anxious. She wanted to reach out from the internet and beat up the blogger. However, she couldn't do that. She also couldn't destroy the blogger with her unrestrained body. What should she do? How could she make the blogger shut up without breaking the law? Gu Nianji sat in front of the computer and thought about it. She suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. Why did she keep thinking about starting with the original blogger? Although the original blogger wasn't innocent, he wouldn't cause trouble for her. Selfish people were the best at protecting themselves. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary and he had no way out, the original blogger wouldn't come out to talk about the article. He wouldn't have to go to court and appear in front of the public. As for whether he would write in the future or in private, it was none of their business. It also wouldn't cause irreversible social impact. After all, everyone already knew Hua Xiaoheng's identity. Therefore, her thinking had really made a mistake. If she wanted to give this blogger a way out, she should have started with Kai Song-yin instead of beating the original blogger up. She remembered that the original blogger had said that Kai Song-yin wanted to sue him. Therefore, he chose to reveal that Kai Song-yin's subordinates had contacted him to write an article. Kai Song-yin and Tan Dongbang were in too much debt to worry about and didn't need to worry about their image. They didn't care if the original blogger exposed that they had something to do with this. With the lack of direct evidence, they would definitely have an advantage in the law and wouldn't be held accountable for this matter. However, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were different. Two innocent people were splashed with dirty water just like that. Hua Xiaoheng's image in the eyes of the public would suffer irreparable damage. His career would definitely stop at the rank of Major General. Gu Nianji understood the crux of such a vicious plan to cut off one's escape route and gasped. She covered her mouth as her mind raced. Therefore, the key to solving the problem lay with Kai Song-yin. She needed to do something to prevent Kai Song-yin from suing the original blogger. Not only could he not sue the blogger, he could not even sue the hacker who uploaded the video. This matter had to be resolved outside of the court. But what could she do to prevent Kai Song-yin and the others from suing? From a legal point of view, there were only two circumstances that prevented the other party from suing. One was to dispel the other party's thoughts of suing. This was like taking drastic measures. The other was that even if you sued, the court would not be able to file a case. Out of professional habit, Gu Nianji first considered the possibility that the court could not file a case. According to the laws of the Hua Xia Empire, civil and criminal complaints that met the legal requirements would be accepted and filed on the spot. If the complaint cannot be determined on the spot whether it is in compliance with the law, it will be decided whether to file the case within the time limit stipulated by the law. If the case could not be determined within the time limit prescribed by law, then the case could be filed first. Also, Kai Song-yin and the others were going to be involved in a lawsuit, so the lawyer would definitely be the best in the industry. For example, Kai Songyin's niece, Kai Xingnan, was a lawyer who had returned from the United States. Also, Kai Songyin's brother, Kai Xingnan's father, was one of the few top Chinese lawyers in the United States. He had once helped the President of the United States, who had been involved in a scandal and impeached by the grand jury, win a lawsuit. With such a luxurious team of lawyers, if they still could not successfully file a case, then these elites in the legal world should all go to hell. It was obvious that the second situation was impossible. If Kai Songyin and the others wanted to sue, they would definitely be able to file a case. Then there was only the first possibility. Under what circumstances would Kai Songyin and the others voluntarily not want to sue in court? Gu Nianji stood up from the computer and walked around the room with her arms crossed. She racked her brain to think. After thinking for a long time, she still had no clue. Feeling defeated, she slumped on the sofa and hugged her head with a bitter expression. She almost wailed out loud. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Gu Nianji took it and looked. It was He Zhichu. That was great. Someone handed her a pillow just when she wanted to doze off. She could ask He Zhichu. Gu Nianji felt that He Zhichu was probably an even more powerful lawyer than Kai Xingnan's father. Also, he was younger and already had such great achievements. He would definitely have a bright future. Gu Nianji happily swiped her phone to answer the call. Happy New Year, Professor He. Her voice was crisp and sweet. It was filled with the joy of reunion and heartfelt feelings of dependence. When He Zhichu first heard Gu Nianji's voice, he actually fell into a trance for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the days when Gu Nianji was by his side. The Gu Nianji who trusted and relied on him had really returned, Professor He. Gu Nianji didn't hear the person on the other end for a long time. She thought she had misread the number. Professor He, is that you? Yes, it's me. He Zhichu composed himself and smiled faintly. What is it? Miss me a lot? Of course I do. I miss you so much that all my hair is about to fall off. Gu Nianji laughed exaggeratedly. She crossed her legs and rolled around on the sofa. You're exaggerating. He Zhichu raised his eyebrows. Tell me, what's the matter? You must have encountered something to miss me like that. Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, she chuckled. Professor He, you're so amazing. I can't hide anything from you, then it really is something. He Zhichu's voice was cold and clear. It was like lemon ice in summer. It actually calmed Gu Nianji's agitated emotions. Gu Nianji nodded. Professor He, where are you? Are you back on campus? He Zhichu had just gotten out of the car. He looked up at the professor's building in front of him. I'm here. I just arrived. Oh, then you go ahead. We'll talk when you're free. Gu Nianji said politely. He Zhichu shook his head. Go ahead. I'm free. For you, any time, any place, you are free. As long as I'm here. Gu Nianji thought about it and suddenly realized she couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she ask He Zhichu about this? Not to mention how He Zhichu would feel if he heard about it. Gu Nianji wanted nothing more than to keep it a secret and not let anyone know about it. Gu Nianji's mind raced and she immediately changed the topic. She mumbled, you had a really long vacation. How is your family? He Zhichu froze. After a long while, he finally nodded when he came out of the elevator. His cold voice was a bit hoarse. They're all good. Nianji, do you miss home? He was elated and wondered if Gu Nianji's memory had been restored. Or did she remember something? Gu Nianji's mind was filled with Kai Songyin's mess. She didn't understand He Zhichu's emotions at all. She sat up from the sofa and smiled. No, why would I miss home? I spent the new year at home. Spent the new year at home. He Ji-chu completely froze. Where is home? The military camp. Gu Nianji blurted out. The military camp is my home. She actually wanted to say Huashao, but she swallowed the words when they were on the tip of her tongue. She also felt a bit embarrassed. He Ji-chu understood. His expression grew colder as he opened the door to his suite. You spent the new year at Huashao's place. I actually spent the new year at Auntie Song's place, Gu Nianji said carefully. On New Year's Eve, Auntie Song came to pick me up for New Year's Eve dinner at her new place, so I went. Huashao was on duty. However, after New Year's Eve, she moved to Huashaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji didn't dare tell He Ji-chu about it, but she ended up causing a huge disaster the moment she arrived. And then, He Ji-chu pushed his suitcase into the room and sat on the sofa. He sighed softly. Long journeys were really tiring. Although he was in good health, he couldn't handle such a long journey. Fortunately, this time, he had arranged everything for his family. He would stay here and accompany Gu Nianji until they grew old. Gu Nianji didn't expect He Ji-chu to continue asking. She didn't want to tell the truth, but she also didn't want to lie. After a while, He Ji-chu completely understood. You were at Huashao's official residence? Gu Nianji almost knelt down. In her panic, she couldn't think of a good excuse. She could only nod and quickly explain, Huashao went to the grassroots level since the first day and only came back this morning. He's gone to work now. Do you need something from him? He Ji-chu was silent. Then I'll come pick you up. Nianji, didn't you break up with Huashao? Why are you still staying at his house? Do you still have feelings for him? Or did he force you? Gu Nianji was speechless. This question was too complicated. Gu Nianji looked up at the sky and was speechless for a while. Then come pick me up. I'll go back to my own house. She had bought a second-hand house in Hepingli. Huashaoheng had installed strict surveillance there, so it should be safe. He Ji-chu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll come pick you up right away. He didn't even have time to change out of his travel clothes. He grabbed his car keys and went downstairs. He sped all the way to the main entrance of the Special Operations Forces encampment. He Ji-chu didn't have a pass, so of course he couldn't go in. He didn't want to go in, so he didn't even get out of the car. He called Gu Nianji from the entrance. Come out. I'm here. Gu Nianji packed her things and left Huashaoheng a note before rushing downstairs. When she was at the entrance, Huashaoheng learned that she was leaving. He quickly rushed downstairs and chased after her. Why are you suddenly leaving? Gu Nianji quickly said, Professor, he is back. He's taking me back to Hepingli. Huashaoheng's expression didn't change. He didn't try to persuade her to stay. I'll walk you out. He called for a car and drove all the way to the encampment entrance with Gu Nianji. He Ji-chu saw a car drive over. He got out of the car and leaned against the door. He saw Huashaoheng get out of the car with Gu Nianji. He Ji-chu squinted and put his hands in the pockets of his camel cashmere coat. He stood up and nodded stiffly at Huashaoheng. Happy New Year, Huashao. Happy New Year, Professor He. Huashaoheng smiled as he held Gu Nianji's hand and her small suitcase. Nianji is spending the new year with me. I'll have to trouble Professor He to pick her up. You're welcome. It's my job. He Ji-chu looked at Gu Nianji coolly. It's good that you're here with Huashao. I'm relieved that you're safe. Before Gu Nianji could speak, Huashaoheng interrupted. Of course. Professor He is always elusive, and Nianji can only stay here with me. He Ji-chu pursed his lips but didn't retort. He played with the phone in his pocket with one hand and raised his chin at Gu Nianji. Let's go. Gu Nianji let go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand and smiled. Goodbye, Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Remember the problem I asked you to think about. If you can't think of a solution, remember to call me. I'm thinking. Gu Nianji waved at Hua Xiaoheng. I'll think of something. He Zhichu sat in the car with a solemn expression. He waited for Gu Nianji to put on her seatbelt before speeding off like an arrow. Gu Nianji looked around and saw that He Zhichu had changed another car. It was another world-class luxury car. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Professor He, even if you have money, that's not how you spend it. He Zhichu looked straight ahead as he drove. He didn't want to talk to her at all. Gu Nianji was enjoying herself by herself. She sat next to He Zhichu and began chattering about interesting things from her new year, especially Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang's engagement ceremony. Professor He, you didn't see it. It was so beautiful. Oh right, I have a video. Can I show it to you later? He Zhichu's expression relaxed slightly. He looked at her dryly. What kind of engagement ceremony can make you this happy? Professor He, it's not that I'm happy. It's that Brother Xiong can make Qiqi happy, Gu Nianji said seriously. It's a friend's engagement ceremony. As long as they're happy, I'm happy. He Zhichu snorted and skillfully turned the steering wheel to get on the highway. Why does that sound so hypocritical? How am I hypocritical? Gu Nianji glared at He Zhichu. That's really what I think. It's someone else's engagement ceremony. Of course, it's fine as long as they're happy. What does it matter if I like it or not? I'm just a passerby B. Then who's passerby A? He Zhichu glanced at her. Don't tell me it's Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji asked. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? He Zhichu was annoyed. Passerby A and B are a match made in heaven. Are you still unable to let go of Hua Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji. Why hadn't she thought about it from this angle? Was that what Hua Xiaoheng meant when he said, passerby A and B? Although Gu Nianji tried her best to suppress it, her mood miraculously improved. When she was in a good mood, her mind was especially clear and agile. When she got out of the car, she actually had a whole plan in mind. How to stop Kai Songyin from thinking about suing in court. Gu Nianji thought she already knew what to do. This was the second chapter, which was 4,000 words long and included 3,300 monthly votes and 3,600 additional chapters. Today was the third chapter, so the monthly votes would start increasing. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third chapter was at 7 p.m. Chapter 994. Based on Gu Nianji's understanding of the Tans, the only person who could stop Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's crazy parents-in-law's final trick was one person. Their precious daughter, Tan Guiren. Gu Nianji had very complicated feelings toward Tan Guiren. Up until now, Tan Guiren hadn't done anything truly bad. Unlike Gu Yanran and Wen Shui, the damage these two had done to Gu Nianji was substantial and irreparable. Gu Nianji would never reconcile with them. Tan Guiren was even better than Su Piaohong and Gui Suyao. Although she had hurt Gu Nianji the most, she had hurt her the most. However, Gu Nianji knew deep down that Tan Guiren couldn't be blamed for that incident. She had a good father and a good mother to pave the way for her. She only needed to be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower and elegant. Even when it came to Hua Xiaoheng, this girl had always been secretly in love with him. She had never openly provoked him like Su Piaohong. More importantly, Tan Guiren played the violin well. Gu Nianji had heard Tan Gairen's performance on Christmas Eve, and it was truly like the sound of nature. The zither was the voice of the heart. If a person who studied the zither had too many thoughts, the sound of the zither would not be pure. Music was the same as other arts. To achieve the highest level of achievement, one had to be pure, or even pure. One must have a transcendent heart to be able to make real artistic achievements. If an artist was too sophisticated, his works would inevitably be full of craftsmanship. It could be said that Tan Guiren had been very well protected by her parents. She completely separated herself from the crowd and felt like she didn't fit in. That was why she could play the piano so well. What if I leave the protection of my parents? When Gu Nianji went to the kitchen to pour Hijichu a cup of coffee, she thought about it. Tan Guiren probably wouldn't be able to survive. Tan Guiren was a true daughter flower, beautiful but soft. Without support, she would die. She was destined to walk from the arms of her parents to the arms of her husband, and then spend the rest of her life under the protection of her husband. As for himself, his English name was Sirius. In Chinese, it meant night epiphyllum or the queen of the night. It could also be called a cactus because the epiphyllum was a plant of the cactus family Dianthus. The night epiphyllum looked white and soft, but in fact, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Think of the cactus blooming in the desert, they belong to the same sect. Gu Nianji deeply felt that this was a true reflection of herself. She had no parents or relatives, but she grew up safe and sound with Hua Xiaoheng by her side. Unlike Tan Guiren, Gu Nianji had never thought about living under Hua Xiaoheng's protection for the rest of her life. She was a cactus epiphyllum belonging to the desert. Not only was her vitality tenacious, but her entire body was covered with thorns. If anyone wanted to kill her, she would kill them first. It was that simple. Gu Nianji suppressed her sympathy and carried 2 cups of coffee out of the kitchen. She placed them on the coffee table in front of Hijichu. Professor He, black coffee, your favorite flavor. Gu Nianji made herself a cappuccino with sugar and milk. Hijichu brought it over and downed it in one gulp. I'm jet-lagged today, so I'm very tired. I don't want to drive back. Can I stay here for the night? Gu Nianji glanced at Hijichu and nodded quietly. I'll prepare a guest room for you. Hijichu sat on the sofa and watched Gu Nianji bustle around like a hard-working bee. His heart felt warm and fulfilled. Just like that, he leaned against the sofa and slowly fell asleep. When Gu Nianji came out of the guest room, she saw that Hijichu had already fallen asleep on the sofa. The setting sun shone through the gap in the curtains and scattered golden spots on the cherrywood floor. It had the calmness and leisure of the quiet years. Gu Nianji took a blanket and gently covered Hijichu's body. Then she walked to her bedroom and closed the door. She picked up her phone and called Speaker Long. Speaker Long had once said that if she wanted to apply for the Senate Secretariat, she could call him. Gu Nianji knew that this wasn't a good time. Speaker Long must be crazy busy. But she couldn't wait. Even if she knew Speaker Long was busy, she still had to call. Speaker Long was really busy. Gu Nianji called 10 times before Speaker Long finally picked up her call. Nianji. I'm sorry, I'm very busy today. I left this phone in my study and didn't bring it with me. Speaker Long's voice was clearly tired. Gu Nianji quickly cut to the chase. Speaker Long, I know you're busy. I'm just calling to help you. Oh. You want to help me? Speaker Long smiled and sat down to catch his breath. He took a sip of tea. How can you help me? Have you decided to apply for the exam? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, I've decided. But I heard that the exam is still a month away. Since you're so busy right now, can you let me intern by your side? I can help you prepare for the interim election. I can also familiarize myself with the work process there. Once I officially pass the exam, I can start work immediately. Speaker Long thought about it and thought it was fine. The Senate had many internship slots to begin with. Gu Nianji was a master's student in law at the university and an outstanding graduate who had graduated early. She had also received his recommendation to apply for the Senate Secretariat, so it was only natural for her to intern at the Senate. Speaker Long was also very short on manpower right now. He wanted to try and see if Gu Nianji was as outstanding as he thought she was. Because Special Assistant Yang had once mentioned to Speaker Long that Gu Nianji was very outstanding, but she didn't rely on herself. More importantly, she relied on standing on the shoulders of giants. Although Special Assistant Yang didn't say it explicitly, Speaker Long already knew that he was talking about He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng. One of them was Gu Nianji's master's tutor in university, and the other used to be her guardian. He was also the youngest major general in the military and had tens of thousands of subordinates all over the world. Okay, if you're willing, you can come to the Senate for your internship tomorrow. Follow me, and I'll personally arrange work for you. Speaker Long began to ramble. You know, right? The election is going to be held in 2 weeks, and the Senate is going crazy with work. Of course I know, this is the hot news these 2 days. I'm afraid everyone in the country knows about it. Gu Nianji chuckled. Then I'll come to work tomorrow. Okay, come directly to my office tomorrow. I'll go talk to Special Assistant Yang now and ask him to arrange work for you. Speaker Long knocked on the table. He was very happy. Not only was the talent he had chosen talented, but she also knew how to handle things and volunteered to find work. From Speaker Long's perspective, this was already half the battle. The other half would depend on Gu Nianji's performance in the specific work. For Speaker Long, the successor he identified must not only have attitude, but also work quality. Only attitude without quality wouldn't do. Of course, quality without attitude would also be difficult to accept. Speaker Long and Gu Nianji finalized tomorrow's matters and immediately notified Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang had also been very busy these past 2 days, and he really wanted to find someone to help him. However, the candidate he was optimistic about was his junior from high school, Rong Mingxing, who was now a 4th-year student in the B University Faculty of Law. But forget it, since Speaker Long said Gu Nianji would follow him, then there would be no conflict with Rong Mingxing. They were all interns anyway, so Special Assistant Yang had more than enough to get a spot. Gu Nianji put down the phone and saw that the lights were already shining outside the window. Night had fallen. He Jichu was sleeping soundly. Gu Nianji looked back and didn't wake him up. She planned to go to the kitchen to make something to eat. Just then, her phone rang again. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Nianji. Gu Nianji replied, Yes, Hua Xiao, what's up? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very calm. Is Professor He still at your place? Is there anything else? He must have come to check on Gu Nianji because He Jichu entered Gu Nianji's house and didn't come out the entire afternoon until it was dark. Gu Nianji whispered, Professor He is asleep. I don't want to wake him up. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. It's okay. Professor He is a gentleman. Gu Nianji softly dispelled Hua Xiaoheng's concerns and cleverly changed the topic. She said softly, Hua Xiao, I have an idea. I will go to Speaker Long's place tomorrow to help. Give me 3 days, and I will make sure Kai Songyin doesn't dare to sue for the rest of her life. It was the 3rd watch. Today was the 3rd watch, so the monthly votes were going to be added. It was the end of the month, so it was time to remind people about recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 995. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care how Gu Nianji was going to deal with Kai Songyin. Even if Gu Nianji didn't make a move this time, he would. When Hu Xiaoheng heard Gu Nianji relay the outline of the essay that Kai Songyin had asked someone to write, he was already furious. He didn't care that people were trying to smear him. People in this line of work were already mentally prepared. Not only did they already disregard life and death, but they also threw their reputation to the back of their minds. He didn't care about what Gu Nianji cared about. What he really cared about was how the other party had used that method to smear Gu Nianji's name, an innocent 12-year-old girl at the time. He was very strict with Gu Nianji. He could scold her, lecture her, and even make her suffer. But who were Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang? Did they deserve to lecture Gu Nianji? However, he was already used to not showing his emotions. Even if he was furious, outsiders would only see a faint smile or a hint of coldness in his eyes. Therefore, Gu Nianji's concern about not letting Kai Songyin sue wasn't as serious as the fact that he Jichu was sleeping in Gu Nianji's home. Gu Nianji spoke for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng remained silent on the other end of the line. She was a bit confused. Hu Xiao. Are you still listening? Hu Xiaoheng grunted. With a cigarette in one hand, he turned on the computer with the other and started typing furiously. Gu Nianji heard it and asked curiously, "What is it? Are you still busy?" Since he was busy, she wanted to hang up and not disturb Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to say, "Little Zay has a signal processing problem that I can't decipher. I don't know what's wrong, but I'm looking into it." Gu Nianji was a bit nervous. "Is it the signal processing I did at your place? I remember there was no problem. The problem is different every time. You adjusted it last time, but when Little Zay and the others changed the frequency, the reception on this side started again." Hu Xiaoheng spoke calmly as he messed up the processed signal and turned it into garbled code. Gu Nianji was restless. How could this happen? How about I go take a look tomorrow? It's fine. I'll work through the night, and I'll be done. Hu Xiaoheng messed up the signal code even more, treating it as a practice for a surprise attack. Gu Nianji couldn't let Hu Xiaoheng work through the night alone. Also, she was the one who left the mess, so she had the responsibility to clean it up. How about this, Hu Xiao? Let me do it. Or, I'll work with you to see if we can get a better decoder. No matter what happens on the other side, we'll be able to receive and crack it smoothly. Gu Nianji said as she walked to her bedroom and turned on her laptop. I'm online. Send me a portion of the code. I'll encrypt it and send it to you. Gu Nianji's network was also monitored by Hu Xiaoheng's department, so they weren't worried about information being leaked through ordinary network operators. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and only sent a portion of the civilian code to Gu Nianji. He paused and said quietly, "Nianji, can we start a video call?" Gu Nianji, I want to see you, Hu Xiaoheng continued. Gu Nianji's hand trembled, and she unwittingly started the video call. Hu Xiaoheng's face appeared on Gu Nianji's laptop. He smiled at her. "Nianji, I'll have to trouble you tonight." "No problem. Come on, let's work together." Gu Nianji opened the coding program and began to crack the garbled code. Hu Xiaoheng was also cracking it, but he treated it like a practice question. He did it casually, and his wandering eyes kept looking at the room behind Gu Nianji. He could see that it was her bedroom, and the bed was still clean. It didn't look like anyone was sleeping. It looked like He Jichu was either in the living room or the guest room. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and continued to share his insights and lessons from cracking the code with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't have as much experience in this area as Hu Xiaoheng, and her knowledge in this area had been taught by Zhao Liangze. Now that she discovered that Hu Xiaoheng was even better than Zhao Liangze, she couldn't help but become even more interested. She was completely immersed in the atmosphere of decoding. She experienced the logic and wonders of the machine language and completely forgot about the time. Before she knew it, 3 hours had passed. It was already midnight, and Gu Nianji yawned several times. Hu Xiaoheng's heart softened, and he was contemplating whether or not to let Gu Nianji go to sleep when a person appeared in the video call. It was a man standing behind Gu Nianji. It was He Zhichu. He had just woken up and was a bit thirsty. He got up to drink water, but then he heard the sound of typing coming from Gu Nianji's bedroom. He turned around and saw the light peeking out from her bedroom door. He knew that Gu Nianji was still awake, so he walked to the door to take a look. He saw Gu Nianji typing on the computer, and she seemed to be video chatting with someone. He Zhichu walked in quietly and immediately saw that the person Gu Nianji was video chatting with was Hu Xiaoheng. He raised his hand to look at his watch, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He walked over to Hu Xiaoheng with a cold expression. "It's late. Are you going to let Nianji sleep?" Gu Nianji was shocked. She looked up to see He Zhichu and quickly said, "Professor He, you're awake. Do you want to sleep in the guest room?" He Zhichu pointed at Hu Xiaoheng in the video call and looked at Gu Nianji. His shimmering, sultry eyes were full of anger. "Nianji, didn't you say that you broke up with him? But you went to his house for the new year, and now..." Gu Nianji bit her lip and felt a bit guilty. In front of others, she could say without hesitation that she had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng. But in front of He Zhichu, who valued her and cared about her so much, Gu Nianji couldn't say that now. It was true that she had broken up with Hu Xiaoheng, but Hu Xiaoheng had also forced her to sign a marriage certificate. More importantly, Gu Nianji knew that her heart had been warmed up by Hu Xiaoheng bit by bit. She was working hard to reach her goal, but Professor He. She couldn't hide it from him anymore. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the gloomy He Zhichu in the video call and said calmly, "Since Professor He is awake, please go back. Nianji is home alone, and it's not convenient for an outsider like you to stay here." He Zhichu sneered and ignored Hu Xiaoheng. He only looked at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, you're also kicking me out, right?" Gu Nianji closed her eyes and turned to Hu Xiaoheng. "Hu Xiao, I have something to do. That's it for today." She hung up and turned off the video call. He Zhichu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Gu Nianji say, "Professor He, I have something to say to you." He Zhichu suddenly didn't want to listen anymore and turned to leave. "I'm sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow." "Professor He." Gu Nianji stood up as well. "Listen to me. I don't want to hide it from you anymore." He Zhichu's heart pounded like a drum, and his mind went completely blank. He didn't know what he was feeling or how he should react. It was like he had lived for so many years because of Gu Nianji. Now that she was going to take it away, not only would he have nothing left, but he would also have nothing to live for. He Zhichu stood there ramrod straight. Even his back exuded an endless sense of loneliness and desolation. Gu Nianji couldn't bear it, but she also knew that it was better to make things clear as soon as possible. She really didn't want to lose a mentor and helpful friend like He Zhichu. To her, He Zhichu was truly like family. But perhaps, as she, Gu Nianji, would never have a family in this lifetime. Gu Nianji slowly walked over and stood a meter behind He Zhichu. He Zhichu turned around and looked at her coldly. The expression on his face made Gu Nianji feel extremely guilty. She gathered her courage and said, "Professor He, I wanted to tell you that I did break up with Hu Xiaoheng before, but later, he signed a marriage certificate with me." He Zhichu had been mentally prepared. He knew that he was late by the most crucial 6 years. It wouldn't be easy to catch up to Hu Xiaoheng. But he never thought that Gu Nianji would say that she was already married to Hu Xiaoheng. "Nianji, you can't joke about this." He Zhichu's expression changed as he took a step forward. "Married? Do you think this is child's play?" Gu Nianji recalled the day she was forced to sign the marriage certificate and also felt very wronged. I know this isn't child's play, but what about the wedding? Hu Xiaoheng married you without a word and didn't even have a wedding. Are you sure he didn't mean to play with you? He Zhichu was so cold he was about to kill someone. Nianji, did he force you? Faced with He Zhichu's interrogation, Gu Nianji looked up and begged, Professor He, don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. Don't be angry, okay? I didn't tell anyone about this because I didn't admit it. But whether I admit it or not, I really signed a marriage certificate with him, and what? He Zhichu grabbed Gu Nianji's arm, his expression extremely pained. Tell me, who is the person you like? As long as you tell me that you really like him, He Zhichu said the word I 3 times in a row. His heart was in so much pain that it felt like someone had taken a knife and cut off one of his ribs. The wound was a bloody mess, and there was a huge hole in his heart that he would never recover from for the rest of his life. Professor He, I've never stopped loving him. Gu Nianji bared her heart to He Zhichu. But I used to think that the difference in status between us was too great, and we couldn't really be together. So I broke up with him and wanted to leave him. But he didn't give up on me. I know everything he did for me, and he's also changing for me. I don't have too many expectations. I just want to work hard to become someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. That way, there would be fewer people hindering them, and they could live happily without worrying day and night about someone trying to break them up. He Zhichu took 2 steps back and used all the strength in his body to stabilize himself. He understood what Gu Nianji meant. But even so, he couldn't say the words to leave her. Because leaving her would be worse than giving up on her. This was the first update. Today was the 3rd update, and the monthly votes were going to be added. Let me remind you about recommendation votes and monthly votes. The first update should be at 1 p.m., and the monthly votes would be added at 3,900 and 4,200. The 3rd update would be at 7 p.m. Chapter 996. He Zhichu reached out and slowly caressed Gu Nianji's head. He held his breath and asked in a trembling voice, Do you really love him? Are you sure? Someone can treat you better. Do you really want to give up on other options? Professor He, I thought of other options, but once he appeared, I had no other choice. Gu Nianji took He Zhichu's hand off her head. Professor He, I really respect you. Although I don't remember our past relationship, I have a very familiar feeling about you, and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, so I don't want to avoid you. But if seeing me again makes you feel uncomfortable, I can never see you again. He Zhichu closed his eyes. It wasn't like he hadn't expected this outcome. He could only say that it was still a little better than the worst possible outcome. Are you stupid? Why would I feel uncomfortable when I see you? He Zhichu took a deep breath and pulled Gu Nianji into his arms. He choked out, Just treat me as your family. Don't avoid me. He hugged Gu Nianji tightly and tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. Gu Nianji struggled a little uncomfortably. Nianji, let me hug you for a while. Just treat me as your older brother. You always called me Brother He when you were young. He Zhichu murmured. His usual cool voice sounded very depressed. Gu Nianji was also very emotional when she heard the words, Brother He. Professor He, did I really call you Brother He when I was young? Did you know my parents? He Zhichu didn't say anything. He just held Gu Nianji in his arms, his expression a mixture of sadness and joy. It was like a priceless treasure that he had painstakingly found was suddenly going to be given to someone else. He Zhichu was extremely unwilling, but he couldn't resist Gu Nianji's words. Once he appeared, I had no other choice. Gu Nianji didn't struggle anymore and didn't continue asking. Although she was a little disappointed, she could also feel that He Jichu's hug was so careful, gentle, and tolerant. It was like no matter what she did or said, he wouldn't say no. She didn't know how long it took. Maybe 20 minutes. Or maybe half an hour. Gu Nianji's legs were sore from standing, so she quietly said to He Jichu, "Professor He, please don't tell anyone else that Hu Xiao and I are already married, okay? Actually, I don't recognize this marriage." In Gu Nianji's heart, loving him was one thing, but getting married was another. She would never agree to such a marriage. As expected, He Jichu also sneered. "Of course not. You want to marry my little Nianji so easily? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Gu Nianji calmed down and was about to push He Jichu away when she heard the sound of someone opening the door. Other than her, only Hu Xiaoheng had the key to her house. Gu Nianji's heart tightened, and she couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. He Jichu seemed to understand something. He quickly let go of her and rushed out of the bedroom like the wind. When she arrived at the living room, she saw Hu Xiaoheng opening the door. "Hu Xiaoheng, you despicable man. How dare he cheat the marriage? Do you really think Nianji can do whatever she wants without anyone protecting her?" He Jichu didn't say anything and threw a punch at Hu Xiaoheng's face. Hu Xiaoheng knew He Jichu was still there. He Jichu threw a punch at him, and Hu Xiaoheng instinctively tilted his head to the side to avoid He Jichu's fist. At the same time, he raised his arm to block. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that Hu Xiaoheng's right arm was injured. Although it had been half a month, she didn't know if it had recovered. "Professor He, Hu Xiao's right arm is injured, you..." Gu Nianji didn't even finish her sentence when she saw He Jichu attack Hu Xiaoheng's right arm even more ruthlessly. His punches and kicks were like the wind, and he even used a roundhouse kick. His long legs greeted Hu Xiaoheng's right arm without hesitation. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to see it, so she covered her face and squatted down in the corner. Hu Xiaoheng and He Jichu started fighting in her living room. She didn't know if they were good at showing off their skills, or if they were careful not to mess up Gu Nianji's living room. In short, they fought for 4 to 5 minutes, and Gu Nianji's living room was still as clean and tidy as before. The two of them moved around in the empty space in the living room and in between the furniture. In the end, Hu Xiaoheng felt guilty and slowed down his strength. The two of them were almost evenly matched before the winner was decided. He Jichu's fist landed squarely on Hu Xiaoheng's back. Hu Xiaoheng staggered from the hit and crawled in front of Gu Nianji, who was squatting in the corner. He didn't make a sound and allowed He Jichu to kick him a few times. "Don't play dumb." He Jichu stopped and walked over to look at Hu Xiaoheng coldly. He wanted to step on Hu Xiaoheng. "Don't you have any shame? With your status, do you need to force Nianji to marry you like this? Do you really think you're so great just because you're a major general and treat her like a toy?" Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Gu Nianji. "You told him everything." Gu Nianji still covered her face, but she nodded almost imperceptibly. "I won't admit it. Nianji won't admit it either. Stop dreaming." He Jichu couldn't help but kick Hu Xiaoheng again. "Get up and fight again. Don't think you can get sympathy by playing dead." Hu Xiaoheng rolled over to avoid He Jichu's fierce kick. He half knelt in front of Gu Nianji and turned to look at He Jichu. He said coldly, "He Jichu, I'm giving you face. Don't push your luck. Push my luck." He Jichu was furious. "You used your status to force a helpless orphan girl to marry you. You didn't propose or have a wedding. How dare you talk to me about face? Did you ask for my permission to marry her? Why should I ask for your permission? Who are you to her?" Hu Xiaoheng stood up and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm at the same time to pull her up from the corner. He Jichu's Adam's apple bobbed. He clenched his fists and said hoarsely, she just acknowledged me as her brother. I'm her only family in this world. Do you need my permission? Brother. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. You're related by blood. He Jichu's expression darkened. You're the one related by blood to Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Nianji was speechless. Putting down her hand that was covering her face, Gu Nianji said with a headache. What's wrong with you guys? You make it sound like it's bad to be related by blood to me. I've been dreaming of finding my family. Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu looked at her together. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to his side and pointed at He Jichu. Are you sure you acknowledged him as your brother just now? Why would you acknowledge him as your sister if you're not related by blood? Gu Nianji was also a little embarrassed. Although she relied on and respected He Jichu like a family member, she still felt quite embarrassed when He Jichu directly said that she had just acknowledged him as her brother. He Jichu hid the pain in his eyes and sneered. Do you think I want to acknowledge you as my sister? I do want to acknowledge our fiancé relationship, but do you admit it? What? No. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji spoke at the same time. He Jichu looked at Gu Nianji, then at Hua Xiaoheng. He said coldly, yes, that's right. Nianji was my fiancé from the moment she was born. If you have a problem with it, go talk to her parents. Don't ask me. Do you know where her parents are? Hua Xiaoheng pressed the advantage and wanted to pry more information from He Jichu. He Jichu didn't fall for it at all. You, Major General Hua, haven't found them for so many years. How could I possibly find them? Besides, if I could find them, would I be waiting for you to pick the fruits of my labor? Nianji was married to me a long time ago. This sentence was not without reason. With He Jichu's obsession with Gu Nianji, if he could find Gu Nianji's parents to prove their engagement, he would probably have done it 800 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He said calmly, okay, since we've talked it out today, I'll congratulate Nianji first. She has a brother who loves her dearly. He Jichu glanced at him and crossed his arms. You admit that I'm her brother. That's fine, but if you want to marry her, you have to get my permission first. Nianji, do you agree or not? In Gu Nianji's heart, she had always felt that He Jichu was easier to talk to than Hua Xiaoheng, so she nodded obediently. Professor He. I won't be at a disadvantage with brother He watching over me. Did you hear that? He Jichu pulled Gu Nianji over again and said to Hua Xiaoheng, then remember, you're only Nianji's pursuer now. Before you meet my requirements, you're not allowed to cheat or deceive Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. Then Professor He shouldn't stay overnight at Nianji's house so easily. Even if you were her biological brother or father, you should still remember that a grown man avoids his mother, and a grown woman avoids her father, not to mention that you're not related to her by blood. Gu Nianji felt her head swell into two. She was so sleepy that she just wanted to get rid of the two of them so that she could have a good sleep. She was going to intern at the Senate tomorrow, so she couldn't be late. Gu Nianji raised her hands in surrender. Okay. You're both right. Now, get out. I'm going to bed. I have to go to work in the Senate tomorrow. I really don't have the energy to deal with the two gods today. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and recalled that Gu Nianji had told him on the phone that she had thought of a way to prevent Kai Songyin from suing. Could it be related to the Senate? He wanted to ask, but when he looked at the time, it was already past 1 a.m, so he didn't say anything. Go to sleep, I'm leaving. He looked at He Jichu. Professor He, let's go out together. I still have some questions to ask Professor He. He Jichu was mentally and physically exhausted. He really didn't have the energy to deal with the sly Hua Xiaoheng's interrogation. He picked up his coat from the sofa and said coldly, I'm also very tired. If Hua Xiao has anything to say, we can talk about it later. Gu Nianji stood in the living room and watched as the two men left one after the other. She then walked over to close the door tightly and locked it. After returning to the bedroom, she threw herself on the bed and almost immediately fell asleep. It was like a huge problem had finally been solved, and the weight in her heart was completely lifted. Gu Nianji slept soundly. A dreamless night. She woke up on time at 7 the next morning. She was in a hurry to report to the Senate. After washing up in a hurry, she changed into her professional attire. She put on Burberry's horn button coat and Burberry's classic mutton checkered scarf. Carrying her Hermes Berlin bag, she left the house in Hepingli. Both the Senate and the Senate were in the core area of the second ring road. Gu Nianji arrived at the entrance of the Senate and said to the guard, I'm Gu Nianji. Speaker Long asked me to be an intern. Please wait a moment. The guard contacted the inside and checked the visitor list for today. After a while, the guard said to her, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. We didn't find your name on the list. Did we make a mistake? I don't think so. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and called Special Assistant Yang first. She remembered that Speaker Long had asked Special Assistant Yang to help her with the procedures. However, Special Assistant Yang's phone couldn't be reached. It was either busy or unreachable. Gu Nianji knew that the Senate would be very busy these few days, so she didn't think about going anywhere else. Plus, she had called nearly 10 times before finding Speaker Long yesterday, so she didn't care and just kept calling. She called for 20 minutes at the door before finally getting through to Special Assistant Yang's cell phone. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's voice, he quickly said, Miss Gu, aren't you going to be an intern for Speaker Long? Why aren't you here yet? I'm here. I've been calling your cell phone at the door for almost 20 minutes. The guard said my name isn't on the list and won't let me in. Special Assistant Yang said apologetically, Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy all night yesterday and forgot to send your and Rong Mingxing's names. Wait for me, I'll come pick you up now. This is the second major chapter, which includes the monthly votes of 3,900 and 4,200 plus chapters. A reminder about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third chapter, which is also the major chapter, includes the monthly votes of 4,200 plus chapters. Chapter 997. This time, Gu Nianji only had to wait for 5 minutes before Special Assistant Yang rushed out of the Senate's tall doors. His suit was wrinkled, and the dark stubble on his jaw was very obvious. It looked like he had stayed up all night. Gu Nianji smiled. It seems like Special Assistant Yang and you are really busy. We are indeed very busy. It would be great if you could come and help. Special Assistant Yang smiled as he led her in. There is another intern today. She is also an alumnus of RB University. She is a 4th-year graduate this year. Her name is Rong Mingxing. She is not here yet. You are early. Gu Nianji nodded. Oh, since you are so busy, it would be good to have a few more interns. Special Assistant Yang took her to Speaker Long's office and apologized repeatedly. Senior Speaker Long, I finished all the paperwork yesterday, but when someone came to verify the provisional election ballot, I forgot to send the name list of the 2 interns to the security guard. I didn't sleep last night, so my mind is not very clear. Speaker Long also didn't sleep last night. He waved his hand when he heard this. It's fine. You are also very busy. Go wash up. I will introduce the basic situation to Nianji, and then you can find something for her to do. Special Assistant Yang froze for a moment but quickly recovered and smiled. That's great. Speaker Long is considerate of us. I will leave first. Nianji, come to my office later. I will take you to your seat. He nodded to Gu Nianji as he spoke and left with a smile. However, as soon as he left Speaker Long's office, the smile on Special Assistant Yang's face disappeared. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and walked back to his office expressionlessly. He looked through the tasks that needed to be assigned for the next few days. A subordinate walked in and complained to him, "Special Assistant Yang, someone from the Prime Minister's office came to talk to you about the ballot. Do you want to see them?" Special Assistant Yang looked at his schedule and had no interest in the Prime Minister and his subordinates who were about to step down. He shook his head. Let them wait. In Speaker Long's office, Gu Nianji sat upright across from Speaker Long and listened to him explain the specific situation of the Senate. His speech was neither too fast nor too slow, but it was detailed and appropriate. He quickly briefed her on the entire situation in the Senate and said, "Nianji, you're still an intern right now, so we definitely won't assign you any tasks that require your actual responsibility. However, you have to use this time to think and see more. After you understand the process, I will ask Special Assistant Yang to assign you some tasks that require you to take responsibility. What do you think?" "No problem, I'll follow your arrangements." Gu Nianji nodded and left with the folders that Speaker Long had given her. When she arrived at Special Assistant Yang's office, Gu Nianji quickly glanced around. This office wasn't small at all. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the imperial city, and the scenery was magnificent and vast. "Nianji, sit." Special Assistant Yang had already washed his face and shaved, so he looked energetic again. He passed the mission list to Gu Nianji. "Take a look and see what you want to do." Gu Nianji glanced at it briefly. Most of it was typing, photocopying, pouring coffee, and organizing notes. "Special Assistant Yang, are you sure this is something an intern should do?" Gu Nianji pushed the mission list back to Special Assistant Yang and said with a smile, "It looks like it's done by a temporary worker." "Miss Gu." Special Assistant Yang changed the way he addressed her and became serious. "Interns who come here will indeed only do these things for the first few days. Of course, Miss Gu is very capable, so it's a waste of your talent to do these things." Gu Nianji smiled. "I don't think it's a waste of my talent. It's just that when I came here, I told Speaker Long that I heard you guys were busy, so I wanted to help. Unfortunately, you only asked me to do these things. It seems like you guys aren't that busy. Special Assistant Yang even made me wait 20 minutes this morning. This is really a great show of strength." Special Assistant Yang pushed his glasses up and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, I think you have misunderstood. This is really something an intern should do. Rong Mingxing, who I mentioned to you earlier, is already here. She's already gone to pour coffee." Gu Nianji smiled and stood up slowly. "If that's the case, then I'll go bring coffee to Speaker Long." She turned to leave. Special Assistant Yang saw that she was about to walk to the door and stopped her. "Miss Gu, since you don't like this kind of work, it's okay. I still have some things here. I wonder if Miss Gu would be willing to try them out." Gu Nianji turned around and said calmly, "Special Assistant Yang, I'm even willing to pour coffee. What else would I be unwilling to try? Miss Gu's work attitude is very good. Our Senate needs talents like you." Special Assistant Yang said as he took out another file. "This is the information from the office of the Prime Minister. Their people came early this morning to discuss the matter of the provisional election. Why don't you help us meet them? We just need to ask them what their opinion is." This task was, of course, much more interesting than pouring coffee. Gu Nianji accepted it without hesitation. Special Assistant Yang found someone to take her to her seat. Gu Nianji was now considered Speaker Long's intern, so she was also considered a member of the Senate Secretariat. Special Assistant Yang asked someone to take her to the Secretariat of the Senate. After Gu Nianji arrived, she greeted everyone one by one and occasionally chatted with them. By the time she sat down, she recognized almost all the names and positions of the people in the circle. Everyone joked around for a bit before Gu Nianji opened the file from the office of the Prime Minister and began reading it. When she saw that Tan Guiren was among the people who came today, Gu Nianji raised her brows and asked the colleague next to her, "Can the Prime Minister's daughter also be considered a representative of the office of the Prime Minister? How is that possible?" The person pouted in disdain. "I don't even know what she's here for." The current Prime Minister's family of 3 had already changed from the immortal couple that everyone envied to a model family that played their own games. Sometimes, they could even play together. Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's only daughter, Tan Guiren, was the most innocent victim. Gu Nianji looked at the file again before standing up and going to the guest room to meet the people from the office of the Prime Minister. However, before going to the guest room, Gu Nianji first asked someone to ask Tan Guiren to leave. She didn't know why Tan Guiren would come at this time, but she would definitely come. However, since Tan Guiren wasn't an official representative of the office of the Prime Minister, Gu Nianji didn't need to be polite to her. After Tan Guiren was asked to leave, Gu Nianji finally went to meet the 3 officials from the office of the Prime Minister. "What do you want?" Gu Nianji smiled calmly and appeared to be very easy to talk to. "Miss Gu, it's like this. We received news that the election will be restarting soon, but we feel that this matter still needs to be considered at length." "Yes, yes, yes. Consider at length. The people are ignorant and treat the victims as the perpetrators. Are you also ignorant? I thought you were a group of truly high-quality people." This was the 3rd update, including the monthly votes of 4,200 plus updates. Remind me about recommendation votes and monthly votes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.